to charge forth and lead your people on their great adventure. Use your military might to give the peoples of your homeland the square deal they so desperately deserve. Surely, you will raise America into the limelight and attract visitors from across the oceans just to see your lands. Bully for you, Mr. President.
Feed them for apparently a couple of days, but none were successful until bean plants were introduced, which seemed to be a familiar food to the children and something they readily ate. However, the boy eventually became sick, and he died. His older sister had no such problem and even lost the green tinge to her skin as her diet became more diverse and time went on. She eventually learned English, she was baptized, and at some point she took the name of Agnes Barr, allegedly having married a diplomat, Richard Barr. So once she learned English, what did she have to say about where she came from? There are two contemporary accounts, though neither are first-hand sources, and unsurprisingly, from this they differ slightly in the telling. But the general story is that the people she came from lived in a place with no sun, but had to, quote, a degree of light like what is after sunset. She and her brother wandered off one day when they were tending their father's cattle. It was during this time that they discovered a canyon that they subsequently became lost in, finding their way out via following the sound of bells. When they emerged, they were mystified by the extreme light from the sun and quickly became lost and couldn't find the cabin again. In their search, they were found, as previously described. She also supposedly stated that a land of light was apparently to be seen at a great distance off from her home, which apparently was called St. Martin's Land. She also supposedly stated that a great river separated her home and the land of light. So, now the question comes to, well, is there any truth to all of this? As noted, there are two contemporary scholars who recorded the story. A Benedictine abbot, Ralph of Coggeshall, contributed to Chronicon Anglicanum, and William of Newborough, author of Historia Rerum Anglicarum. Abbot Coggeshall names Sir Richard de Calne himself as his source, noting that he had frequently heard the story from him, while the historian Newborough noted that he believed the story because of the weight of so many and such competent witnesses. Assuming the story was true, many have hypothesized as to the origin of the children and their green colour, most fancifully some conjecturing that the children were aliens or that they came from another dimension. Less far-fetched, some have posited that arsenic poisoning could account for the children's green colouring, as well as their lack of appetite and the boys' poor health. Arsenic has been used in the production of green dyes, and it will discolour the skin in a green dotted rash. However, if the children were presenting with a rash, it seems unlikely the villagers would so eagerly take them in, and they'd probably rather fear deadly diseases. The more likely cause of the tinge could be chlorosis, a form of anemia characterised by a greenish tint to the skin. This is a condition that was not unheard of in centuries past, even named by 16th century German doctor Johannes Lange as the disease of virgins, with the remedy according to him being to have sex. Fast forwarding to the turn of the 20th century, this was again not unheard of among poorly nourished, overworked girls, with the treatment eventually being iron supplements. Okay, so going back to the green children, given the tinge to their skin seems to have faded as the girl began eating a more diverse diet, this is commonly put forth as a reasonable enough explanation for the colouring. But what about the girl's supposed description of where she came from? As for fantastical elements like being from a land with no sun, this is generally discounted given her young age and likely vague memories later in life when she was recounting the tale. It's entirely possible she was simply remembering a particularly cloudy time, not exactly uncommon in England. As for the initial language barrier, it has been proposed that the children were Irish immigrants who lived near Pilgrim, which was also known as Horner St. Martin, and is only 2 miles from Bury St. Edmunds. The church in St. Edmunds in the 12th and 13th centuries also had bells that were regularly and loudly rung. In addition, the River Mark runs near Fornham St. Martin, and the area around Bury St. Edmunds is riven with underground passages from flint mines in the area. That said, it is noteworthy that the Flemish had been in the country and nearby for a while at this point, and so some think it is unlikely that no one in Sir Richard's household would ever recognise the children's language. In rebuttal to the potential issues with them being Flemish, proponents assert that the children could have been English, but like many at the time, only spoke their village's unique dialect, some of which were unintelligible to outsiders. Thus, perhaps most sensibly of all, historian Derek Brewer, in his 1998 book The Colour Green, states, "The likely core of the matter is that these very small children, herding or following flocks, strayed from their forest village, spoke little, and in modern terms did not know their own address. They were probably suffering from chlorosis A deficiency disease, which gives the skin a greenish tint, hence the term green sickness. With a better diet, it disappears. So I really hope you found that video interesting. If you did, please do give us a thumbs up below, and don't forget to subscribe. We've got brand new videos just like this every day of the week. For more from me, why not check out my other channel called Highlight History? I'm linking to that below. And as always, thank you for watching.
That was a rather short video, wasn't it? 5-minute video. Simon, how you gonna keep me entertained if you ain't gonna do it? Jeez, guys, why y'all keep giving me money? I accept. Shit, I accept. Stack me up with money.
Oprah. Pay my taxes, Oprah. Welcome to Business Place, the only show on the internet that will cure your stupidity. In this one, the biggest giveaways that went wrong. Danny wrote this. He always does. I will read it and give my 2 cents. So let's crack on. I've no idea why I'm presenting in this manner. Here in the UK, we used to enjoy a weird TV show called Bullseye. We did? It was a deeply odd hybrid of darts and general knowledge quizzing presented by a likeable but hapless host called Jim Bowen, who usually fumbled his way through 30 minutes of British entertainment every Sunday night. This sounds awful. I've never even heard of this. Bullseye drew a reputation of being a largely shambolic show with awful prizes and terrible mother-in-law jokes, but despite this, it was allowed to run for the best part of 15 years before it was finally pulled from TV in 1995. I also feel, am I wrong? Or am I just like, because normally when you look on things from the past, you're like, oh, they were really good. I've watched a couple of shows lately which I really enjoyed in the 90s, like The Outer Limits and Sliders, and my wife had never seen either of these shows, so I was like, oh, we gotta watch them. And she likes sci-fi. And so we watched them, and I'm like, kind of shit, aren't they? It's not really, it's not Breaking Bad, is it? So my theory, I think TV got really good at some point, because if you hold Sliders, like super popular 90s show, and compare it to like Breaking Bad or Mad Men, it's like, what the f are we doing? This is how we used to spend our time. And don't get me wrong, I still love Sliders, it's great. But those awful prizes became the stuff of legends. And don't forget to be a legend and watch this whole video. There's something great at the end. No, there's not, but watch anyway. Towards the end of each show, the last standing contestants would face Bully's prize board, where they would get the opportunity to win a range of truly fabulous prizes, in quotes, including a trouser press, a couple of stylish suitcases, a cuddly pink hippo toy, a carriage clock. What is a carriage clock? Some plates and saucers and a novelty Mickey Mouse telephone. All of these prizes sound absolutely shite. Can I say shite? Does that mean I won't get demonetized? I guess we'll find out. At the very end of the show, the contestants would then have a tough decision to make. Would they be willing to gamble all of these life-changing prizes in the final darts challenge of Bullseye? Oh my god, the excitement! If they lost, they'd be walking away with nothing more than their bus fare home. If they won, they'd get to keep the prizes, along with Bully's special mystery star prize, which was hiding behind a screen in the TV studio. God, this was pretty intense stuff back in the day. Yeah, as I just said, this does sound pretty shite, doesn't it? Now, you have to bear in mind that nearly all of the contestants were British working class darts players and pub quizzes. The idea of a dream star prize would probably be a new car or a booze-filled long weekend in Tenerife. And to be fair, they sometimes got that kind of thing. But more often than not, the screen would slowly lift up and eventually reveal that the mystery star prize was in fact a speedboat. Well, that's kind of awesome. Although I don't know what do you do with a boat? Like, my use for a boat would be, although I do live near a big river, having a speedboat go down the big river would be pretty kick-ass. But I imagine the speed limits on the river, and I'd get in trouble if I'm just absolutely blasting it through the city on a speedboat. These contestants, who are quite likely to live in tower blocks or council housing estates, had been given a speedboat to drag home and show off to their equally bewildered neighbours. You know, what do you do with that? I often wonder if there's a warehouse somewhere in Britain containing all the abandoned speedboats won by the lucky contestants over 15 years of Bullseye. It kind of all sounds pretty awesome, to be honest. Like, you go on a show, you win a completely useless speedboat. I'd love that. Although I guess, you know, if I needed a car, I'd much rather win a car. If I needed just a holiday or money. I'll probably, or a trouser press. I could probably find a trouser press would probably be more useful. It may seem churlish to mock TV shows and corporate brands who were only trying to be nice and give us free stuff, but ended up getting egg on their faces. However, we've got about 20 minutes to spare, so let's crack on. I'm pretty sure the Oprah Winfrey Show has a much bigger budget than Bullseye ever did. Yes. In fact, I would hazard a guess that the amount of money Oprah earns in about half an hour would be more than enough to fund another 15 years of Bullseye. Oprah's a billionaire, right? But the show's budget ultimately didn't have really that much to do with what is now considered one of the biggest TV giveaways of all time. Back in 2004, an episode of the Oprah Winfrey Show, God, that's hard to say. Back in 2004, an episode of the Oprah Winfrey Show actually gave away a surprise free Pontiac G6 sedan to every member of the studio audience. All 276 of them. I've got no idea what a Pontiac G6 is. It is literally the most generic looking car that I have ever seen. Although I guess if you're going to buy 276 of them, you can't just be like, yeah, we're giving away Ferraris. It was quite an expertly crafted slice of daytime television. Oprah initially made it out that she was giving away just 11 free vehicles to school teachers who had been plucked out of the audience and given this surprise gift in recognition of their hard work. Then she announced that a 12th and final car would be given away to one more lucky member of the audience, who by this time had been all been given a gift-wrapped box. The idea was that one of these boxes contained the keys to the final free car. In a triumphant, oh, this is pretty epic though, right? In a triumphant TV moment, it turns out that all of the gift boxes contained a set of car keys as Oprah ran around pointing at individual audience members, shouting, and that moment on TV was intense. To be honest, that part dragged on a bit. It did. I've never seen this episode, but I've definitely seen that. It's like the moments from Oprah everyone's seen. Tom Cruise jumping and screaming on a couch and Oprah shouting, everyone wins a car. I know nothing else and I've seen nothing else on Oprah. And hopefully I never will. I don't know. Is Oprah bad? Daytime television is generally terrible, so let me know if I'm judging Oprah too harshly. The whole idea had sprung up from a chance meeting between Oprah's best friend Gail King and an executive from General Motors Pontiac brand who was on a flight. Gail had initially persuaded the executive to donate 25 cars to the Oprah Winfrey Show as a coming margin exercise with Pontiac. Wow, Gail is a persuasive woman, but this quickly snowballed into 276 free cars with an estimated cost around $8 million for the company. How much is a G6? Hey Siri, what's 8 million divided by 276? What? Alright, I'm just going to carry on. Shut the f*** up. You can only assume that the flight attendants were really on the ball with topping up the wine glasses on that day. It's worth noting that Pontiac would only survive for another few years before the brand was... What the f*** was up with Siri? How can it be so? It's worth noting that Pontiac would only survive for another few years before the brand was hit by financial problems and eventually shut down. Although this had nothing to do with the Oprah giveaway, you can't help but thinking that some of the executives weren't always making the sharpest decisions in the years leading up to the downfall. After the initial thrilling excitement of the giveaway, a problem emerged, which turned the whole thing into a bit of a car crash. Although Pontiac had donated the cars for free, and the TV show had paid out thousands of dollars for the sales tax and registration of each vehicle, there were other hefty taxes to consider, which the audience would have to deal with themselves. Yeah, I thought this was it, like they had to pay some sort of gift thing, right? Although it's often wrongly reported that the audience members had to pay gift tax. Sorry, Danny. That's not quite right. If the cars had been officially identified as gifts, there wouldn't have been a problem. But as the whole thing was legally considered to be a promotion for Pontiac, this means that the cars were seen as competition prizes, and that the winners have to stump up federal and state income taxes on their vehicles. So each audience member was now suddenly faced with an average bill of around $7,000 to pay. Shh. And look, I don't want to judge the people who go to Oprah, but I'm betting if you're watching daytime television, you're already not employed. If you're going to be an audience member of daytime television, you're really, really hardcore unemployed. Although some of them were teachers, right? I guess they got special leave to go and watch the pretty girls. Yay! Where's Mrs. Fletcher? Oh, she's gone to watch Oprah being filmed. Cool here is Oprah had been very keen to give away the cars to an audience that genuinely needed them. A screening process had taken place before the recording of the show, in which potential audience members were asked how they wanted to their current vehicles, or if they owned a car at all. Wouldn't it be a bit obvious when, like, at the Oprah studio, everyone is like, you know, I assume people come, it's America, they drive their cars there. And it's like, on that day, the parking lot's completely empty. Everyone's arriving by bus, or they just roll up in complete shit. And they're like, wow, did they select us because we're poor? And you can imagine there's also other people, it's like, they don't drive because they got like 7 DUIs. And they get in a car and they're like, oh no, I have a car. I just lied on the application about why I can't drive. So the idea was that the studio would generally be filled up with people who couldn't afford to buy a car. Bearing that in mind, it's a shame that nobody stopped to consider that most of these 276 lucky winners would now suddenly be numbered with a big tax bill that they couldn't afford to pay. Yeah, it's $7,000. That's a load of money.
Picture this.
There's a few different ways of looking at this. In an ideal world, Pontiac would have paid those extra taxes as part of the promotional deal. Or considering how generous that company had already been, maybe Oprah's team could have put their hands deeper into their own pockets to ensure that one of the biggest daytime television moments of all time ran as smoothly as possible without any nasty bumps at the end. It's not like Oprah's short of a few quid. Let's try it again. Hey Siri, how much is Oprah Winfrey worth? Unfortunately, many of the winners ended up taking their sob stories to the press, complaining that Oprah had landed them with a giant tax bill. She did give you a car, though, but that seems just a little unfair. For starters, it's not like those extra taxes came as a massive surprise later on down the line. After the recording of the show, perhaps, Oprah took time to explain taxes to the studio audience and offered a cash alternative if they didn't want to take the car home. Back then, a brand new Pontiac G6 was worth about $28,000, so a cash alternative was a pretty good deal. Yeah, it's okay. You can't take your story to the press and be fussing about it when they're like, or you can have a cash and you can buy a car for like $20,000, pay the $7,000 tax bill, and have $1,000 left over. So that's all, I guess. A shrewd member. How is that average? That car was $28,000. It looks like such a piece of shit. A shrewd member of the audience could have taken the car in anyway, sold it immediately for far more than its original value on the grounds that it was one of Oprah's famous giveaway cars. Could they have, like that Pontiac G6? Does anyone want that, really? I have a feeling that they give them away because no one likes them. Whichever way they played it, each audience member had turned up to attend the taping of a daytime television show and walked away with tens of thousands of dollars that they weren't expecting. Alas, many of them just chose to vent their anger in the press, which seems a tad ungrateful and ultimately soured one of the biggest giveaways of all time. 7 years later, Oprah learned from this mistake and she gave away 276 Volkswagen Beetles to every member of the audience during the very last season of a long-running show in 2011. This time, Volkswagen had agreed to pay all of the taxes, and there were no unexpected bills for the audience. However, the audience had to wait a while until they got their hands on the cars, because they were the new 2012 models, which wouldn't roll off the production line for another 12 months. And yes, they complained about that too. Holy, Oprah's audience. You suck. It's like, hey guys, I gave you all the cars, 276 cars. That's like 520 cars that I've given away. Oh no, 550 cars that I've given away. You Oprah, pay my taxes, Oprah. We'll come back to the television studios in a moment, but it's not just TV shows that can get giveaways completely wrong. Sometimes those kind corporations Alright, tell me strange this tune. Last time we had like an entire page where he just slags our companies. He's the perfect writer for business plays. Where they like to give away stuff for free but ends up making it a hash of everything. Back in 1990, Coca-Cola was keen to give away $4 million worth of free money stuffed inside their Coke cans as part of their biggest ever marketing campaign at the time, rumored to have cost the company about $100 million to implement. Wow. It's interesting, like, yeah, the prizes are like 4% of the total amount they're spending on this. The idea was that not every can of Coke packed on the fridge shelves of your local store would be a regular can of Coke. Some of them would be special magic cans containing a spring-loaded mechanism which would eject a random amount of cash from a sealed compartment as soon as you opened the can. The winnings could be anything from $1 to $500. Of course, these magic cans had to look and feel exactly the same as a normal can of Coke, so the consumers couldn't easily identify which cans were likely to contain money. I know the story because I made it today. I found out a video about it. You can YouTube search it, because I probably won't link to it below. And if I do link to it below, it's entirely possible that I have just rickrolled you. You'll have to click to find out. This is really going to backfire when I have like a sponsorship on this channel. It'll be like, click below to check out Skillshare. It'll just be a rickroll. And Skillshare will write me and they'll be like, Simon, we need to make good. And I'll be like, make goods are the most depressing part of doing sponsorships, because it's like you do the whole sponsorship read and then it's like, I forgot to include the link in the description, and they're like, we need another one. My soul just died already. A magic can would obviously contain less cola than a regular can, so the sealed compartments contained extra water to offset the weight difference. You didn't really want to be drinking the stuff that had a dollar note floating around inside it, so the water in the compartment was mixed with chlorine and stinky ammonia solvent. So that sounds awesome. However, big problems arose to the surface when it turned out that the smelly mixture was occasionally leaking into the rest of the can, making the Coke completely undrinkable. One 11-year-old boy from Massachusetts hit the headlines when he was taken to hospital after accidentally drinking the foul liquid, although reports that he died, holy shit, were grossly exaggerated. He was just taken to hospital as a precaution and was absolutely fine. That's so weird, so the media exaggerated that this kid died after being taken to hospital, but it turns out he was completely fine. That's so strange. Why would the media exaggerate something like that? Weird. This led to a slight tweak in the advertising campaign, which involves Jordan Knight from New Kids on the Block. I've heard of New Kids on the Block. I don't think I've ever heard of Jordan Knight. Was he one of these dudes who was famous in the 90s? Like, oh my god, I was having such a laugh listening to that H3 podcast, where they get the guy from Sugar Ray to fire one of their employees. Oh, it's the best thing ever. I'll link to it below, maybe a link. It'll just be a rickroll. Basically, this guy warns that if you have a winning can, don't drink the liquid. What a great slogan, Jordan. This must surely have created some sort of regulations on product description. Having heard that of you, but I would normally be inclined to buy a can of fizzy pop when I'm feeling a bit thirsty. I'd probably just feel slightly annoyed if I got back to my desk and it turned out that my can of Coke contained an undrinkable liquid with a very soggy dollar bill. Yeah, it's like, if there was a $100 bill in there, I'll be pretty pleased. If it was just a $1 bill, I'd be like, oh great. So I got like, how much is a Coke? Coke's gotta be like $1, right? It's like, I got $1 back for my Coke, brilliant. Yeah, so you just gotta go back to the store and buy another Coke with that same money. That makes no sense. Although the original plan was to distribute 750,000 magic cans among 200 million normal Coke cans, the whole campaign very quickly got pulled within a couple of weeks. Coca-Cola also played a role in a disastrous joint promotion with McDonald's in Japan in 2006. The fast food restaurant was thrilled to announce that no less than 10,000 lucky Japanese customers had won a USB stick MP3 player which contained 10 free tracks. It's probably that shitty album by U2, wasn't it? Unfortunately, nobody at McDonald's bothered to ask the customers if they wanted a side order of a Trojan virus with that, or U2's latest, and no, it wasn't. It was just a virus. Which is worse? Which is worse? I mean, that U2 album was bad, but I'd rather not have all my problems. It turns out that many of the sticks were accidentally infected with the QQ-Pass Trojan virus, which quickly got to work on stealing your login data and passwords as soon as you plugged it into your PC. Well, the conspiracy theorists were quick to accuse McDonald's of deliberately trying to harvest the data of their customers, although it was actually just a massive flame-grilled cock-up, which ended up costing the company a fortune as they set up a 24-hour hotline and recalled all infected devices. I'm just going to go back to flame-grilled cock-up. Meanwhile, new California-based swimwear startup Sunny Code Clothing found themselves in trouble in 2017, or a recent one, when a free promotion became more successful than they ever dared imagine. The company was promoting a new Baywatch-inspired bathing suit called the Pamela. This was 2017? When was that last cool? Which usually had a retail price of $65. Instagram users were invited to claim the Pamela for free if they just paid the shipping costs of $12.98, which just, it does seem a bit steep. Danny writes that, and I agree. And reposted the promo picture of a model relaxing by the poolside and showing off the suit. A fresh company like Sunny Clothing might have dreamed of cooking up a social media campaign with the capacity to go viral, but the issue was that it went too viral. Oh no, too much success. I wish Business Blaze was more viral. Within just 24 hours, Sunnycode attracted 750,000 new followers on Instagram, hundreds of thousands of post likes and reposts, and thousands of orders for the free Pamela. But they didn't have anything remotely close to enough Pamelas in stock to meet demand. That's a lot of Pamelas. The company hastily tried to put a cap on the amount of free swimsuits they were giving away, but the execution of this failed to get the message across, leading to hundreds of claimants complaining that they had been charged the full $65 for the swimsuit that they had received. Wait, so not only did they have to wait in a queue, but they were getting billed $65? This is why, and I don't don't know if you guys know this app. It's incredible. It's called Revolut. I don't know if it's available in the US. It's quite big in Europe. And it gives you a disposable credit card. So you know when you're asked to sign up to some service which you know is you're going to forget about, it's going to bill you again, you can use like a disposable virtual card, and you just type in the numbers, and then it says like, thanks for putting your credit card on file, don't forget to cancel or whatever, you know, if you don't want to get bills. And it's like, I don't have to worry about that, because like on this plan, you can just delete the credit card so it becomes invalid immediately after signing up. It is glorious. I never get billed for shit that I don't want anymore. Although customers suffered long delays in getting their problems sorted, it's believed that everyone eventually received either a free Pamela or a refund, but only after a furious social media backlash, which proved to be very expensive for Sunny Co clothing. Far more important than that, the fiasco meant that millions of Instagram users got sick to the back teeth. That's an interesting phrase that I don't know, of seeing the same poolside picture re-uploaded on their feed every 2 bloody minutes. But now, let's go back to how long is this? These have got so long lately. Well, let's go back to the TV studios for a giveaway that claimed to be even bigger than Oprah's free distribution of huge tax bills. Simon asked me to end this script on a feel-good note. Oh yeah, I did. I remember this now. A feel-good note with a generous TV giveaway that actually worked. He suggested that we cover the time in 2016 when US late-night talk and satire show Last Week Tonight paid off over $15 million worth of medical debt, resulting in technically the biggest ever giveaway on television. I've agreed, but I've managed to uncover a slight downbeat angle to the whole thing. Hooray! Hooray! I think this was one of the most brilliant moments on television, and I'm ready for Danny to ruin it for me and everyone else. The segment came at the end of an episode of Last Week Tonight, in which host John Oliver was discussing the growing business of theatre competition. And if you haven't seen Last Week Tonight with John Oliver, it's absolutely glorious. Here.
Okay. So we'll download it tonight. I'll be on in the morning.
Put it in and pause it. I want to see how big it is.
It says it's 50.
50 gigs?
Yeah. And the full thing is 50, it says.
Yeah. shit.
How you feeling?
Painful.
Hello?
Hello?
There you are. How you feeling?
Well, I'm alive. Oh, I haven't talked to him today. No, I'll probably send one today. I know that I ain't gonna work before this doctor's appointment, that's for sure. Yeah. Me too. This shit fucking sucks. I can't even hardly do nothing. Hey, what are you doing? Would you take my Hopalong Cassidy ass over to the gas station right there so I can get a few cigars? So I can get a few cigars? Alright, I'll see it. It'll take me a minute, but I'll get ready. Alright, bye.
So, it was like 30, 32 maybe for the game, bro.
What?
So it was like 30, 32 for the game. Do you think that'll cover it?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Would the thing come out of that?
Oh, yeah. Well, you have to do it a certain way, though. Make it confusing. You may be able to use that. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's a little confusing at times. But the good thing is, there's a lot of resources to help us figure it out.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to get it so I can put the game in now, then you can help me figure the rest of it out tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
because I ain't never done a game like this, so I have no clue what the fuck I'm doing, so.
Oh.
You go get ready, give me a call when you get back.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to leave it on, but...
Oh, well, you can leave it on, I don't care, I'll sit here. Put Lisa over, put the cat over here, I'll talk to the cat.
Fuck that bitch right now. Puking on there. Ow! Fuck! It's like all of a sudden my knees give out and the sharp pain goes through my back.
Tell you, man, you got your sciatic nerve pinched between two bones. Your thing's like not in the middle of your back, but down a little lower. Oh, man. I gotta sit back down and put on my socks. Fucking son of a bitch. Well, excuse me.
Where's she at? She's right there. Alright, I'll do it when it's my turn again.
What the fuck was that?
With the doorbell?
Oh, that was your doorbell?
Yeah.
God, that sounds horrible.
Yeah, well, it's a cheap one from Walmart.
Sounds like your house has third stage cancer.
It probably does have third stage cancer. Yeah, automatic locks for this goddamn doorbell. Oh.
Where do you want them?
You can put them by the bathroom door.
That way I don't go very far with my shoes on in your house. There you go. As long as you have your clothes back.
Yeah, well,
Before I start using them.
can't fucking use them anyways right now. Goddamn cripple.
Sorry, bro. I hate it.
Yeah, me too.
Fuck, it's hot. It's hot up here.
79. Cause
I
I
would
had
be
some
dying up
doors.
here.
I had some doors. You gotta remember, my comfort zone doesn't even start until like 75.
Whatever. It's too hot. Whew.
That's why you have your own residence and I have mine. Come winter time, it'll still be this hot.
Yeah, that's true. I'll be freezing and you'll be roasting.
Yep,
Alright, well, I'll be down there when you're ready.
I'm coming now.
Alright.
I'll be back, Cash.
Yeah.
Here, then I'll do that call, brother.
Okay. Okay.
I forgot my mask, god damn it. All I want to do is get fucking
Yeah, I thought somebody was breaking in. I was being quiet on purpose.
Oh, fuck. Oh, this is going to be a hard trip. It's already hard. I'll be back.
See you in an hour.
be so lucky I won't need a cane. That'd be really nice. Yeah. Okay. Oh. That first settle back into the seat.
Oh, what?
That first time you settle back into your seat after standing up, oh man, that hurts. Oh man.
So where is the first place you spawn into when you start that?
I think it might depend on your race, but I started out in Old Grenadilla, or however you say it. You'll start to see that I have my own little like names for them because I don't know how to fucking pronounce them.
Yeah.
Are you reading up on it?
Well, I'm trying to watch. I was going as you got back so I knew what the hell I was looking at.
Well, let's see what you're looking at. You need to be... The only thing you need to make sure of is you need to be in the Excalibur server.
Okay.
Because that's where I'm at. Otherwise, if you don't pick the right server, you're going to have to pay money to change servers. And it's like $20 to change servers. I know because I had to pay it.
Do they have necromancers in this?
What?
They have necromancers?
I don't know. Oh. Let's see.
Yes, they do.
Do they?
That's what it says. It says this. Yeah, let's see. This is a year ago. Nah, that's too long. Ain't what, 4 hours of that shit. Oh, I think it's a title. Let's see. Yeah, it's just a title. I think they call it Shadowbringers. Is that something they have in there?
Shadowbringer is the name of one of the DLCs.
Okay. That's the one that has the necromancers in it.
It's a job. I don't think I had that one unlocked. Oh, they have websites here? You can actually set your shit up already. You have your purchasing codes?
Yeah. But I don't have none of my PlayStation stuff.
You can do this on the computer. You can do this on any website. You can manage your shit better than Destiny can. With all their little apps and shit.
Yeah.
Alright. So, search up. Well, I don't know which one I should have you go to first.
But I'm watching, I found a 13-minute video on think people just start.
Well, I'm going to send you to this right here is the main Final Fantasy website. You can learn a lot of shit in there. And then you need to Google should I type that? You Google Mog Station. When you Google it, it'll be probably like right at the fucking top.
Google is on Mog?
Mog. M-O-G. Station. If you need to, FF14 or FFXIB.
Let's check the first one. Yeah, it won't let me do it on my phone.
No?
No, so I won't do it. So it's not equipped for or whatever, I don't know. Speech medicine.
I fired on the wrong thing. Shit. I fucked up right there. That's the thing about strategy. And that got moved back. Fuck me. We're gonna take some time. sound. Had it muted. Alright, because of my fuck up, it's going to cost me a unit or two. Oh well. Yeah, people spend a long time building up their accounts, getting everything built up. They'll sell that shit. Man, there's some accounts that went for a lot of money. Am I destructing Earth or something? Hell, I'm not even making any pollutions yet. That's all Rome, bitch. Why are you talking to me? Take that one, move it in. Do not hit my catapults. I just made a fucking army out of them, or a corps out of them. Yeah. Don't be some son of bitches. They're going to be son of bitches. The good thing is that... Oh, they hit the crossbowmen. They couldn't even take them out. They couldn't even take out the catapult. They have gunmen. Like, fucking... Wow. Alright. Blue rock. Excuse me.
The key words of violence.
We have learned of a method to supply power to our city, but it will require us to burn fuel. This source will produce smoke and...
Huh? See, this is a joke. Yeah, that's yeah, you can let me. I don't think it's okay.
Our white...
So you can let him know that I know he's going to... Yeah, I don't see it. Yeah, I don't feel good. Let him know.
No, we're not doing that one first. Well, you know what? Yeah, we will. Man, all these armies here should be getting major fucking, like, promotions because they have been doing... Oh, you're not... Houston, we have a problem. Why can't I do it? What?
You got a black mage.
Yeah?
Okay, so far I'm a Lancer.
I have one of those too, I believe.
Then he has an Arcanist.
What?
Then they have an Arcanist.
Yep.
Yeah, I might just go to the Arcanist.
Did you read up on all the starting jobs?
I'm getting ready to. I just gotta remember how to spell Arcanist.
ARCNIST maybe? I don't know. Well, if the Indian Empire just let me go explore their lands real quick, there wouldn't be soldiers sitting on the edge of their shit.
Yep. Okay, let's see how this looks. It starts out as a summoner, apparently.
What?
Apparently it starts out as a summoner.
It was a summoner.
And what I'm saying is Arcanist.
You shouldn't have summoner yet. That's for damn sure. Let's see. Alright, before you pick your job, what do you want to be? Do you want to be a tank who, do you know what a tank is?
Yeah, it's a guy that gets beat up a lot, which is normally what I wind up doing anyway, I think.
Well, that person, yes, they want all the hate of the mob hitting them. If they do their job right, nobody else should be getting hit at all. And the white mage is your lifeline. That'd be me. And then...
What usually happens, I usually go in some place, I wind up dying first because I run into the piles because I don't give a shit.
No, it's not going to be how you work this time, I guarantee you. You will change, you are going to change the fuck up real quick. Watch. Yeah, you may be able to do that on lower level single shit, but you can't do it on parties and shit like that. Say you're in a dungeon and you decide just to go off on a wild tangent like that, you'll kill everybody. Yeah, you will fucking straight kill everyone. And that isn't conducive to already getting XP quickly as possible. You know what I mean? So, yeah, you're going to learn how to do it. Now, a tank, yes, purposely gets beat up. Their job is to make sure the animal only goes after them, nobody else. Then you have DPS. DPS is damage per second. You know, like a pugilist, a monk, a third mage, a black mage. Those two, the mages, they do magical DPS. The ones that don't have magic do, you know, melee DPS.
Mine would do melee. If I got the one guy, he would do melee. The tank, whatever.
Well, the tank does melee, but their specific job is to make sure, you know, like to make sure the hate's on them. Just like it's a DPS's job, say you're a monk. A monk is devastatingly powerful. Like, a monk can do some major fucking damage. The problem is, if they don't know how to do their job right, they can pull the hate from the fucking, the tank, and then all of a sudden they're getting beat up, they're losing hit points far quicker than the fucking tank would be. That's the whole thing about a tank. They're very resilient to getting hit. DPS just
do a lot of damage.
Yeah, they're not the biggest damage dealers, but they got abilities that help them out.
Yeah.
You know, like there's one called Provoke, that you provoke an animal.
Like when I like playing games, I like playing where like my character doesn't have to fight. That's why I like the necromancers. Because they can actually build their own armies out of the dead. So that's why I like those guys. Because they can have like four. Well, I know when we played the other game.
Yeah.
That one I had a necromancer and he had I could turn around with 2 golems, 5 skeleton soldiers, and a couple other things. I could walk around with my own little army. I didn't need anybody.
Yeah, it's...
I was fucking everybody up. But now, it's like, I don't see that in this. So it's like, I'm trying to find something. It's like, that guy can fight, but a necromancer doesn't do no healing.
Yeah,
they were... I'm able to fuck shit up without really stepping into it. And just have shit that will fuck stuff up. Like, you have that one thing.
Oh, yeah, necromancer's not in here.
Yeah. If they had that, that would have just been the end of it.
You want something to fight for you?
I was going to have my own little army, like 2 or 3 things fighting with me. And I don't think they have that in there.
Well, the summoner has things fight for it. I know they used to have a Beastmaster in Final Fantasy XI, but I don't think they have one now.
They don't have that. I'll probably just, as long as I can like cast spells and do damage from a distance and shit like that, I'll be good.
Then you need to start out as a Thaumaturge, which is the predecessor to Black Mage.
Okay.
Like me, when I was doing White Mage, I had to start out as a conjurer, get to a certain level, then get that soul crystal, and then I became, because an arcanist and a conjurer and a white mage are different.
So I gotta get, so to be the black thing, I have to do what first?
The Thaumaturge. I don't know if you can do that.
Okay.
Is it on the list that you can do right away? You should be able.
I think it opens up at level 10. I gotta start out as conjurer and then go, and level 10 I can flip.
Well, it's a good idea, anyways.
It's like a one-time thing, except when I go get it, and I get my month thing, it'll give me something, I guess my character drinks, and it lets me change his class, but I can't use it until I hit level 10, and then at level 10, the other thing would open up.
Well,
if I understood it right, that's what it said.
We'll get you there.
Yeah. We'll figure it out. She's got to go to work tomorrow, so I'll get on tonight and just put the headset on. And I'll just go through it from there, because it'll take probably 2 or 3 hours to download.
Oh, yeah.
So, And then there won't be nobody on, so I'll be able to sit on that. I'll just put my headset on the phone. And I'll turn the volume down on the TV and just let that download. And then when it opens up, we'll just go whatever from there. There shouldn't be anybody up.
So I gotta figure out where I can build castles at now. The vampire castles.
That's the only thing it didn't tell me. And what he did with when I saw the guy doing it, where he had his castles were outside, were just outside the cities, like near the edges of his borders, near hills and mountains.
Yeah, I'm about to take them over in between some mountains and see what's up.
Yeah, exactly. That's where he was having them at. He was dropping like around something that looked like hills or mountains or something. And then you can just, once you get them all up, once you start building them everywhere, you can take your tanks and put them wherever you gotta put them, and they'll just fly across the map. So you ain't gotta have them march across. You just fly from one side to the next.
Well, once you get airports, you can do that too.
Yeah. two names to it you can't pronounce?
What?
The city with the two names to it, Lena, Lua, whatever the fuck it is.
Lima Lusa is what I say.
Yeah, that's where I'm gonna try and have this guy start.
I don't think it will. That's like I don't know, it might let you. I don't know, it's been years
Well, I know except I have to start out with, when I was watching it, he said what I start out with starts off in that city, and then when level 10 hits, it starts off in the other city. So I don't know if it's a whole new character or
no,
what.
you'll be on the same character.
So why would it switch cities?
I don't know. You can switch your city though to your home destination once you're in there. But the thing is, it's like there's nothing. I don't believe there's low level shit outside of Lima Lusa. So it's like why would they have you go there first? Yeah, my home city, which I keep my home city, is Grenadilla. Especially since I do believe the Mages Guild is there. Make your home city wherever your main job's guild is.
Improvement makes straight roads, but the crooked roads without improvement.
Everybody, ever since I did the emergency financial request, everybody keeps wanting to pay me gold, and they say thank you when I accept it. Thank you for letting me pay you.
That happened. I just thought maybe I did something and everybody was paying me, you know.
Well, I hope it's glitched out. They just keep, or they're retarded and just keep paying me.
I got it for a while. That's why I had all that money there for a while when I was small. I grew real fast. I was getting so much fucking gold. I was just buying chunks of land ever really quick.
This is going to be all-out war. Fuck it, in another 300-400 years.
Okay, so your dude is level what?
My main job that I play is like 52. My white mage, or somewhere like that.
So I'll level pretty quick playing with one of your guys, right?
Not necessarily.
No.
Well, I'll show you some ways to level.
Man, that was rough. This dude down the street dealing with me. I'm gonna shut him down. After I roll him. Some guy was tossing something at his wife or whatever, trying to get the money. Ran into the car. And like a dumbass, I got in the car. I found it. He didn't know where it was at. I found it. And I gave it back to him.
Oh. Why ain't you nice?
The problem was when I tossed it to him, he didn't catch it and it dropped and hit the ground and shattered. So it hit the van I was driving, survived after it hit the van and the ground. Tossed it to him, it hit him in the chest, hit the ground and it fucking shattered. So yeah, he had to come. He probably should have shut him out and kept it. This one that was like glow cart.
Yeah.
Little glow cart. Something like that. The Shadow Bringer is six.
buying open borders from everybody in the game.
What the fuck?
Fuck yeah. This is cheap buying all the open borders. This guy don't like, this is the guy you usually pick. He don't like me this time. Little do I care though. Alright, I have open borders with everybody now. There should be no resistance to my people getting around now. Put them in more strategic positions now. Let's see what we do. I don't care. All of a sudden, all my troops are going to have free reign to go. They have free reign to go anywhere now.
That makes me mad now. This is what we thought this was what happened to me this whole fucking time. That really makes me fun. So we didn't get what? After you this whole fucking time, basically? Oh, hell no. Not because I have.
Or he doesn't know he's doing it on purpose. Whatever about that.
No. That's not good. No. So fucking much. Literally, in just this month. Probably, honestly, like, close to probably, like, yeah. I'm thinking to spend at least, my guess between you and me, we probably spend about, I would say, around $200, $300 on that. Okay? That's what I'm thinking our lead that we get from it, you know? Okay. That's solid.
Love you.
You make me have this. No. We got this.
Love you. Yes, ma'am.
They have to
Because they killed
slowly
us. Airspace. All three. That looks like a pretty good book.
Like, we know it looks like mommy, but not mommy. Yes.
Yeah. That's a nice one. It's a blue.
Yeah, so okay, his nose was never
Yeah.
then put on his nose on. Olivia! Go boy! Love you, baby. Okay. Oh, I love you. I like her. Great car, okay? Okay, I'm moving on. Take whatever. I love you.
Wrong stuff, rough.
Yeah.
Not really off. Hey, what they got him. Good. Yeah. I don't know. I know they went to Sydney. That's the only person I know that has there.
Excuse me. The very people that I just bought open borders from are offering me money. I paid them 1 to 2 gold per turn for open borders, right? They're offering me 7, 8 gold and just giving it to me. Why didn't they just give me open borders and like 4 gold then? I'm kind and attentive for accepting her, probably her whole treasury, 111 gold.
Who is it?
Victoria of England.
Oh, that's Barbara. She had that lane and she had that in her sock.
Oh. That one hurt.
I remember where the house was. Yeah.
It's a lot better.
No, okay. It smelled a lot better.
It tastes a lot better. It's not as fun.
It's already a size piece of paper, too.
It's look at it. It's not as big. This is bigger than the shit they have put it in my house.
I know how they made that kind. They used the screen thing with the...
No, that's not good.
Oh.
I can make that. Something I did. You guys have one. I can make fucking shit better than that.
Kind of like that.
I can make salad. I can make that.
I don't think it works.
I can make crumble. I can make sugar wax.
This was fun, right?
I like to make a shadow better. It was the easiest part.
I'm still beating people? Holy shit. Maybe I should talk to him real quick. What's up, homie? Hey, what would it take to have open border? 5 gold. Yours. How about we establish a... There we go. Oh. Let's just heal him.
He moved closer to us? Okay. Tell you what. That dumbass that had the cops fucking come over here. His daughter's house, fucking showed up here with them. He got out the van and went up the street 2 blocks to get away from the house because he was afraid of it. He said he didn't want to start shit. He wasn't going to come in this house anyways. And why would you bring his fuck ass here knowing I want to beat the shit out of him? I didn't know he was here.
Yeah.
If I wouldn't know he was here, I would have walked up the street.
Oh, they have cannons. Damn, I need to get them away from there.
Now this guy's got something called Thunder 3 he's using.
Oh yeah, he must be a black mage or a red mage.
Black.
Yeah. That.
These two.
That's getting up there in spells.
Yeah, this guy has a fully maxed out when he's just showing us what he did with each one. Okay, that was 30. This is...
Detroit, you got entertainment yet? You do. Let's give you some more reason to stick around. Yeah, we can't promote you right now, obviously. Alright,
It's called ethereal manipulation.
I don't know what that one is.
Yeah, he said this is the biggest weapon the Black Mage has. It covers 25 yards.
That's area of effect.
He said it's the biggest one they have.
Well, you'll learn how to use them all. We're starting out slow. Trust me. That would I buy it? No, you still can. Oh, well, that's fine. Ah, fuck it.
Now you're doing something called ley lines. It's 90-second recast.
Huh.
Level 52 is when you get it. Oh shit. Landlines, what it does, it takes all the map coordinates and creates a circle around it. And when you get in the circle, it cuts all your times down by 15 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to relearn a lot of that myself.
This guy here is explaining what they are pretty good. And when he's actually showing you setups for like the keys or whatever. This will go Sharpcast now. Enochian.
The what?
Something called Enochian. Level 56. Astral Fire or Umbra Ice is what it works with. And the effects hold until the ice or the fire ends. Or, I mean, it's canceled. Blizzard 4. Level 58.
The damage you can do with the Black Mage is incredible.
Oh, he's just eating people alive.
Yeah.
He's got really big characters he's hitting. I mean, you can tell the characters aren't fighting back to him. He's just got them standing there and using them as targets. Jesus, man. This is ridiculous. You gotta have a physics degree for what this dude's doing.
No, you'd learn it, trust me.
He's got these patterns on how he has to cast shit down. He's got this thing that's got blue, which is OGCD single weave. And then it goes on to this blue storm looking thing that's green, which is just GCD. And then it goes back to blue with something got rainbow around it, like a, I don't know what the fuck. Then it goes to a blue ball with arcs coming out of it. It's green. So it goes blue, green, blue, green, green, blue, green, blue, green, 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 blue, green, green, and then some square red repeat the entire cycle, skip step 3.
See, you're looking at this with all of them, without you knowing shit, and then all of it, you looking at all this. You're not going to have as nearly much shit to do until you get up a bit. And by the time you do...
I'm just watching it. I just want to see what all it does. What? That's sick.
But as I headed into the heart of New Zealand's Fiordland...
Wait till you get to level 66. Triple cast. You're going to love your Black Mage after you see this. Okay, now I get it. Some of these, when he casts them, they stay set and they stay active.
Yes. But...
So that explains all the green ones. He activates them at certain points and they stay active.
Yep, there's buffs, there's debuffs.
Blues, but he has to do every once in a while or all the time.
There's DOTs, damage over time, like Bio 2, Bio 3, shit like that.
Yeah, that's what he's using blue, green, and purple for. you get to level 72, you get this thing called ice melt max. So the second either your ice gets filled or your fire gets filled with blue points. It costs absolutely nothing. Period.
Huh.
It'll run off of the other one too, but it's free to cast. Just spare. Level 72.
I can't figure out where to get these fucking vampires to do it, so you know what? They're gonna go explore.
Need some help, babe? Babe? Need help?
Remember that.
Why'd you send me a picture of yourself?
I didn't even know I did. I was I'm looking at your head in a circle. And I was trying to open it up, and I tapped the screen, and then it sent to you, and I don't know why.
No. Okay.
I'm going to tap picture of other things with like your buttons.
I was just curious.
Yeah, well, I'm confused as to how it did that, but I have no idea. This is good. Well, since we've been teleporters, I'll fuck myself up in one of those.
They killed it. Oh no, they didn't. Let's see, if I did abandon those two, how would it affect me? Current situation. Well. Whoever that city goes to, better moron. Returns. approaching anyways now. Flight. Alright.
Any turns till you get to flight?
Oops. Why didn't you oh, because I didn't move off your borders fast enough. Go fuck yourself. I'm exploring, bitch.
First time I've seen him throw that cane.
You don't like me. 9 turns I get flight.
Well, you're white, that's fine.
Yes, you can establish an embassy. Don't you want to pay me more money, guys? Come on. Keep the money coming. They just need to keep the money coming.
It's sad to see you just think people should hand shit.
Fuck yeah, I'll take it.
You've been living in Washington State too long. You're just starting to get that fucking snowflake mentality. I can see it.
Well, see,
Gimme.
there is a use for this because they're going to pay for their own defeat. Okay? They are going to pay me to come whip their fucking asses in a few hundred years.
Well, you see, that's what's funny. That's what Antifa thought.
Well, the difference between me and Antifa is I know how to change a tire.
Okay, yeah. You know the problem I see here is it's still just your photo.
What? You see my photo?
Yeah, I don't think you're talking to me. You're looking at the camera.
Oh, I am looking at the camera. You don't see my photo?
Yeah. It's just your photo, that's it. There you go. Now you're ugly ass back in here. That works. Okay. Now things are normal.
They killed my Corsair.
Yeah, you didn't want him anyways.
You know what? I think I need more privateers. I'd say more frigates, but I can't build any more right now. This is lost.
Coastal raid, don't they?
They can do coastal raids, but they can fire on cities, and that's the big thing. If you can take down city defenses with ships, like battleships or whatever, the things that can fire onto land, then you need very few troops to actually fucking take it. You just need ships.
That's something. What's that circle around them guys?
That's when I'm about ready to do a ranged attack, and it shows me which ones I can attack.
Well, this one here is a yellow circle. The circle's inside the circle.
What are you talking about? Oh, you talking about that circle next to my or over Houston?
No. See the guy with the red circle around him?
Yeah, that's an enemy.
Okay. The guy off to the right, underneath. What's that yellow circle? Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, back one.
On my city? Well, it's not mine right now.
Okay, not the boat.
Yeah, it's right above the boat.
Yeah, 1 o'clock.
That's because of the influence of the nation that's to the north.
That's why it's flashing like that?
Yep. They're about ready to take, the influence is going to take it.
Okay, that's the first time I've seen that too. I didn't know what that was.
I have fire with everything yet. There we go.
Oh, you got it?
Yep. See, I try to do it like, The U.S. military does it. They blow the shit out of it with artillery or fucking ships or airplanes before they send in their small army that just finishes mopping up.
So what happened to the yellow? So why ain't the yellow there no more?
Because I just took the city back.
So the people aren't worried about the influence now then?
Oh no, they're back to rebellion state. They're going to rebel again in 3 turns.
Oh, okay. So the influence will hit again.
Yeah, I'm trying to assassinate or get rid of this governor up here. And if I can if that'll drop the influence enough, then maybe I can get something built that'll help keep my loyalty up. But right now I got New Orleans I got to worry about up here, and Portland, which I'm just thinking about sacking those. Say fuck it. I got cities up here, they're all loyal. I need to find places where I can drop a bunch of cities at the same time. Just boom, 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 boom.
Yeah. And you can't, because almost everything's took.
Yeah, except along the ice caps, which I'm actually putting cities there. Right now I have to decide in the next 2 turns whether I should go to war for these 2 cities or not. Oh, it switched. With that one little city, they're well, I guess there's influence from down here, but that's a long fucking ways away. Oh, there goes settlers right there. Well, I was trying to get all these cities up where I can just drop cities. There's one of my fucking things. Let's see, how close is that? Shit, as long as they keep paying me, man, I'm gonna my army's gonna get big, upgraded. It is 1795. Go to war with them or just let them have it?
Just let them have it. You'll take it back. You'll take it back with death robots later anyways.
I could just leave it, fortify up what I got, build up domestically. What do we got up along here? I don't even know if it's worth trying to get those. See, what I was going to do is I was going to drop another city or 2 right here. I was going to hit these islands with a couple more right at the same time. Plant some governors there. Keep spreading. But that's fine, you know. Fuck. That's fine. I guess I can. Yeah. Oh, man.
The fuck?
You can return by foot. Agent was captured too.
Oh, man.
Alright, let's see. I'm gonna see what it takes to get the agent back.
Yeah.
Why does it not let me do that? What the fuck is wrong with you?
She could be that mad at you.
Huh. That's why. She was about to come at me anyways to say something. Oh, fuck. Alright.
What does she want?
Like 13 gold per turn for 30 turns and shit.
Fuck that.
I can't let that city go though. Houston's too important.
Yeah, so this one is getting us up here.
Huh. Doesn't look too bad.
Smells pretty good.
If I had one more turn, it's too late. That city's gonna flip right now.
They have seen it. I'm not going to play it. She's in there trying to talk her friend into playing FIFA and playing Final Fantasy. And her friend's like, I got WoW and Elder Scrolls.
Fuck them.
She's in there telling her, she's in there talking to her about it now. She was talking her into getting it. And it's a big, I think it's a big streaming game right now too.
Don't flip yet. Give me one more turn, New Orleans. One more fucking turn.
That what you're looking at?
Yeah, one more turn and it's mine. But I think it's going to flip right now to them. And then I have to make the decision.
Who's he gonna flip to?
These fucking purple fucks. I think the Romans. No, India. India's purple, I guess.
Yeah. So, India.
Well, we're going to see right here whether it flips or not. If it doesn't, I'll be able to... Yep, there it went.
Oh yeah. Shit up there. I know, look at things. Wait, Jesus. Right.
Stuffing, make stuffing. There's other stuff I can make if somebody wants to. I can make other stuff.
I'll make a mac cheese ball too, and then I'm gonna make Watergate salad.
I got that. It's a salad. I want to fuck
No,
with.
that's not. It's a dessert. It's just called Watergate salad.
Yeah, I know.
It's pistachio pudding, marshmallows, pineapple.
Oh, I definitely will need it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't like pistachios or fucking pineapples.
Yeah, it's like a dessert.
Yeah,
It's just full.
I'm good. I'll stick with my pudding pies. Okay, this year I'm thinking I might do a cheesecake and put fudge in the middle of it. Liquid fudge. I might do that. Maybe put a big fucking, just buy a big square, a big chocolate square. Just fill the center with chocolate. No. I'll do something fucking stupid this year. I always use that heartbeat of steam thing.
That cannot be given up. That is not. I need to keep that. Hurry up, flight. Fuck. So we get flight.
That was quick. What is that?
That was a frigate.
Okay. Then he just cruised over there, one shot, it was down.
Well, I got hit the turn before too.
That's not the ticket, something else I put in there.
That's the first time in a while we've all finished.
And I ain't been here that long. We got that, what, 3 pounds of meat. About 10 pounds of chili bacon, two eggs.
Hate to smell your bathroom.
Man, I'm telling you, dude, the toilet paper company's loving this family. We should be getting coupons here pretty soon.
Alright, Portland. Good luck, guys.
It'll be a buy 30 pack. Buy a 30 pack, get one roll free. Like, that's a fucking deal. We'll jump on it. Never chili again.
Actually, this one can come up here too. Let's send this one down here. Let's see. We can send this one up there. You know, I wonder if I could buy some shit from Portland real quick and it. I ain't even gonna try it. Fuck it. Let it go. Let it go, Daniel. Let it go.
What would you have to buy for it to make it go better?
Well, the first thing I'd get is a monument, which I'm gonna actually go do for Houston. I'm gonna try to save Houston and focus on that one because that one's key. These ones that really aren't. Because I'll have Phoenix here and I can just jump from island to island from there.
You need to get on that island right there.
Yeah.
Put the 2 buckles on it.
I'm thinking about it, but I'm wondering what kind of influence I'll be getting from over there.
I put it right there in the dead center of that island and take the whole fucking island and then just base off from there.
Now I put a city at each end so they can play off each other for pressure. That's what I'm going to start doing, I think, is taking like 4 settlers at a time, get them situated, then put all the cities at once. Boom, 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 boom. That's what I'm doing up here with this little group.
Is that a settler right there outside your town?
Yeah, that's my old settler.
Ooh.
I have been chasing him. Some bitch won't stop running.
There is no shame in deterrence.
Motherfucker, I probably got a bigger military than you. Go fuck yourself. Oh, there went Houston again. It's time to get all medieval up on these motherfuckers.
Last time you did that, they straightened up real quick. Says Mom, get that started downloading.
Yeah, so I have decided to let those two go.
寡人之情，天。
Because I'd have had to declare war with that guy, which I guess wouldn't have been too bad, but I'd have had to try to get. He has allies. He has three alliances.
Yeah. That would have been good.
And I just ain't trying to.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Death robots.
Once I get bombers, then I'm good. Bombers and aircraft carriers. Yeah, strategically, I just had to let those cities go. It'd have been a war with somebody else.
You just got done with the war, too.
Yeah, just so I could keep Houston. I think the first ones I'm gonna go to war with, though, it's gonna be these yellow bastards next to me.
Yeah.
You know, bitch, you're lucky we're friends.
But once you have tasted flight, you will walk the earth with your eyes turned skywards.
The things these people fucking say.
Okay.
Get barbaric to the border already.
They've been there. I'm not too worried.
Okay, I'm just gonna eat this big ass fucking half slab of rib I got in.
That motherfucker.
guys have balls saying shit to you like that.
They don't know I got a list.
So, what's that? That's that champagne. That's something that comes around once a year, don't it?
It's very rare it comes around.
Yeah, and it's usually not here very long. Probably gone already. I think that one time you got it, it was here for a couple hours.
They should have just offered that to you like 2 turns ago. Yeah, that was. She's like, yeah, that was 4 years ago.
Yeah. Changed religion since then.
Whoa, don't cough, Daniel. Boston. So I got a little bit of room. Alright. Campus, go there. Commercial hub, go there. Theater, go there. Industrial zone, go there. Aerodome, never mind. Nope, can't do it. Oh well. Oh, didn't have enough room to give it all these specialty districts and shit. Oh well, nothing I can do about it. The city's founded. I can't burn down my own cities, unfortunately.
Although sometimes it would be a nice thing to do. doing laundry.
I'm gonna have to learn this game so much better.
Why? You doing it now?
Dude, I'm on the easiest fucking level, and I feel like it might be a challenge towards the end.
Just keep thinking death robots.
Oh. I think I just created the first coal plant in the world. I am starting this off with a bang.
Did I just witness you being generous to Gandhi?
No, that was me getting open borders.
Oh,
I'm gonna try to get all my ships back over here to start making them into fleets and shit.
Go over here and watch all the meth heads pass out before we play Woman, right? at the laundromat. If I got internet, I'll hit you back.
Yeah, I'll probably be here doing the same damn thing.
revealed just how easy it was for any old idiot to start up a debt acquisition company, purchase a portfolio of debt from another company, and then use threats and aggressive tactics to reclaim the money from the original debtors who clearly couldn't afford to pay it back. Yeah, it's shifty. In fact, especially as medical debt, it's like, yeah, you owe us $100,000 because we had to repair your fractured skull from a car accident that wasn't your fault. It's like, oh, brilliant. Well, that's me ruined. Just be like, I guess I declare bankruptcy. Or it's more worse when you can actually afford it. Say you've got like, I don't know, a $200,000 house being paid off. And they're like, well, you're going to be mortgaging that and giving us half the money. The Last Week Tonight team knocked up a cheap and basic website purporting to represent a new debt acquisition company based in Mississippi, which they named Carp, after the bottom-feeding fish. Fucking appropriate. On the strength of this, and with very little ease, the team were astonished how quickly they were given an opportunity to buy a portfolio of $15 million worth of medical debt owed by over 9,000 individuals in Texas. The new website offered the chance to snap up all of the debt for the bargain basement price of less than half a cent on the dollar. So that came to just under $60,000 for $15 million of debt. That's insane. It's like, I feel like I should just go borrow $15 million. Just wait a few years. I mean, I don't think any of these guys are really in prison. They just get angry letters. And then it's like, yeah, I'll just pay back the $60,000, thanks. Carp bought the... Don't do that. That's not recommended. Carp bought the portfolio of debt and were immediately granted all of the names, addresses, and social security numbers of the 9,000 individuals who now legally owe John Oliver and his buddies a total of $15 million, and who could now be harassed, threatened, and intimidated by Carp until they coughed up. Of course, the Last Week Tonight team weren't very interested in doing that. In a move designed to topple Oprah's previous triumphs, they decided they wanted to officially forgive the debts. And so it was that John Oliver took to the stage and said with a triumphant cry of, "F you, Oprah!" He pressed the giant red button, which effectively wrote off $15 million worth of medical debt. But was this really the most generous giveaway on television? Well, not quite. The thing with debt is that it gradually decreases in value every time someone tries to collect on that debt. The market price drops as the years roll by and people refuse to pay, declare bankruptcy, or even, rather selfishly, go and die. I guess they didn't spend enough on the medical care. The debt acquired by Last Week Tonight team was out of statute medical debt, which meant that over 4 years had passed since the debt was accrued, and according to Texas law, the debtors could no longer be sued for non-payment. In other words, the debt was almost completely uncollectible. Anyway, a couple of things. Well, the value of the debt, I understand that the market value is reduced, but the amount, like the official amount owed, is still $15 million, even though the market value of that debt is only $60,000. And also, like, yeah, it's uncollectible, but you can bet that those collection companies are going to make you think that they can. The reason Carp was allowed to buy it all for $60,000 is because that's precisely what it was worth at the time. The market value of these long-overdue debts has dropped to about $60,000. So that's some way off Oprah's $8 million car giveaway. That's not to say that Last Week Tonight Show didn't do a deeply wonderful thing. The whole venture was partly a comedic skit and partly an expose on the shady debt-buying business, revealing just how easy it was to acquire the personal details and data of thousands of individuals in debt. Yeah, it's pretty nuts that you can just buy their name and address and social security number. I think, like, I've listened to enough adverts on podcasts for LifeLock to know that that's pretty important. You should keep it quiet, right? All those 9,000 individuals received letters which explained that their debt had now been officially resolved. I'm sure many of them already assumed they wouldn't be chased for it anymore. There's like, debt? What? But to end on the upbeat note that Simon had originally requested, I'm sure many of them were very grateful to get the letter and went out for a quick trip in the back of the speedboat to celebrate the thrilling news. But a little less enthusiastic on that one. I've done it twice already in this episode. Okay, this was another episode of Business Blaze. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you, Danny, for putting this together. Let's give some love to Sam in the comments. Sam does the edits on these. He adds the funny memes. And everyone's always like, Danny, you're so funny. Simon, you're so good. Who's Sam? Thanks, Sam, below. Also, you'll watch to the end. Because you did that, you're a legend. Is what really matters. Watch time is king. Algorithmic love. Thank you, guys. You legends. I'll see you next time.
Straight chilling, you know? Don't you think you should maybe find some sort of job or a source of income?
I mean, we both quit our jobs to live here. Because of Guff.
I know, but that doesn't mean you can't, like, drive for Uber or something.
The idea was every can of Coke. Tell you what I want, what I really Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Place. I have a new jacket, and I'm just realising I'm not sure if the camera's freaking out because of the pattern. If it is, then I wasted my money, and this will be the only video where I ever wear this jacket, which is sad. Oh, this one is all about Wayne, the guy Barbie left Ken for, and other weird toys that should have stayed on the shelf. If you're new here, my name is Simon. This script is written by Danny. I'm going to go through it. I'm going to make some fun out of it. Maybe you'll learn something. By the way, this is an absolute beast. It's like 6 pages, but look how tiny those margins are. I made the margins really tiny because I'm still running out of paper at home. I found a few pieces more. Last time I had like tiny text, tiny margins, and double-sided. I found a little bit more, so we're okay. If you're watching this in the future, it's because it's the virus time now. So, let's crack on. Even some of the most blissfully happy and loved-up couples just aren't destined to last the full distance. Although there are other cases when it takes a surprisingly long time to figure out that Cupid had been firing off slightly wonky darts in your general direction. Okie then. Back in 2011, a 99-year-old Italian man divorced his wife of 77 years. Wow. It's like, dude, you're 99, are you going to get back on the market? Some don't be an ageist. You might be thinking that he might have just left it a little late in life to reach that decision. Yeah, maybe, but apparently he had strong grounds for divorce. He'd just discovered that his wife had been having an extramarital affair for over 60 years. Oh, not for 60 years. Jesus Christ. This just had an extramarital affair 60 years ago in the 1940s. Yes, okay. Let's hope that they both live long enough to enjoy the dawn of a whole fresh chapter in their lives, or at least long enough for the ink to dry on the divorce papers. They probably didn't. They're really old. Your odds of dying in the next year at 99 have got to be pretty high, right? There's actuary tables that exist which tell you about the chances of you dying in the next, month, 6 months, year, 5 years are, just as a random healthy person of your age. It's like, or not. I mean, statistically, I'm going to live a really long time more, which is nice. Another rather more famous long-running relationship that went to the black end in 2002 was still less than 43 years, although this pair never actually got married. The good news is that they were both made from plastic, so they could both go out on the pool again the very next day, looking exactly as they did from the first day they met, except they can't because they're made of plastic. Also, it's on the pool. I feel like this is, Danny's British as well, I feel like this is an extremely British term. Americans, do you know what I mean by that? Or Australians, Canadians, international folks, chime in as well. I'm not a racist, or am I? Canadians. It seems quite cruel in a way that the toy company Mattel waited until the day
Several
before
closely
Valentine's Day
situated
to announce
granite
the
peaks
popular
resembling tiger's
popular
teeth.
fashion doll couple Barbie and Ken would be passing company after 4 decades together. Oh my god, who gives a shit? Thanks Mattel for this update, I really cared. That was a lie. It's a little bit like waiting until Christmas Eve to announce that Santa Claus has just thrown himself off the top of the Empire State Building. Oh my god, Danny. Dark. Also, who cares? He's not real. Neither are Ken and Barbie. Now, Ken and Barbie are more real than Santa Claus. Now, I'd quickly like to make it very clear that I had to research this one from scratch, as I had very little knowledge of the Barbie range beforehand. Back when I was a kid, all the boys, what happens with kids nowadays? Because I realised, like, I get some parents to be like, Simon, you're spoiling it for my kids. Well, one, what the f*** are you doing letting your kids watch Business Plays? And two, if I was a kid and I wasn't sure that Santa Claus wasn't real, hang on, this will be a good question. Hey Siri, is Santa Claus real?
Let me put it this way. I get a lot of requests from the North Pole asking who's been naughty or nice.
Answer the f***ing question, Siri. I'm not a child.
That's not nice.
Okay, so Siri's not going to tell me, because he's the weak-ass bit. Is Santa real? Should you be lying to your kids about Santa? Well, that answers the question pretty quickly, doesn't it? Thanks, Google. You, Siri. That's the first thing I do as a kid. As soon as that, you're a kid, you have that moment of doubt, you're like, whoa. But when I was a kid, I figured out Santa wasn't real, because my parents were telling me, oh no, he wins and bring you gifts. And so I write a massive list of all the things I want, like pages long, and then it doesn't come, and my parents are like, it's not real. Knew it! Now, I'd quickly like to make it very clear that I had to research this one from scratch, as I had very little knowledge of the Barbie range beforehand. Yeah, me neither, Danny. Back when I was a kid, all the boys in my class would have vomited through their noses at the very thought of playing with silly plastic dolls. Instead, we preferred to play with silly plastic action figures, which is completely different on every conceivable level. I didn't get action figures. I can't remember if it was because my parents refused to buy them for me because they were violent, but I didn't. There was like the Action Man. Action Man was actually called Action Man. I did not have an Action Man. I didn't have anything violent, which is probably why I'm such a peaceful, calm individual. Knew it! But Barbie dolls have certainly been enjoyed by plenty of children since the character was originally created by American businesswoman Ruth Handler in 1959. The range has grown into Mattel's biggest and most lucrative product line, with over 1 billion dolls being sold worldwide. Every year, every month, in all time. Come on, Danny! The character of Barbie's boyfriend, Ken, I'm using the word character very loosely here, first showed up a couple of years later in 1961, and the couple would remain an item for the next 43 years. Ken was affectionately named after Ruth Handler's own young son, who went on to suffer a deeply embarrassing and upsetting childhood of humiliating taunts of being the inspiration behind the boy doll, without even the faintest hint of genitals. All that was entering my mind while I was reading that, she's like, yeah, they're toys for kids, and it's her boyfriend. I'm like, does he have a dick? No. Oh my god, Ruth. Was her name Ruth? Yeah, you should have thought that one through. Although you're super rich, so, you know. Maybe we should be more surprised at how long Barbie and Ken lasted, considering that he is possibly the blandest toy ever to be created in the history of the universe. Let's just dissect the 50-year character history of Ken. Don't panic, it won't take long, thank God, because that, I'm sure, would be dull. Oh, Ken has blonde hair. That's it. He has a suntan, doesn't he? I remember him being, like, really suntan, having blonde hair. I think my sister had a Barbie, and she had, like, it was an SUV where the top comes down, which I feel is, like, the most California thing ever. I'm not sure that Ken even knows who he really is or wants to be, considering that he has over 40 different jobs over the years, including actor, singer, escort. What? Beach bum and prince? Danny, you can't just slip escort in there. I mean, you can if he did it, but it's a bit weird, isn't it? It's like, oh, what's Barbie's boyfriend's job? Oh, he's actually an escort. Barbie pays him. And does he do other things? Well, you know, that's for the discussion between the escorts, Ken and Barbie. I desperately tried hard to find an elevator designer, Ken, but I had no joy with that. Yet, Danny, because no one, despite what you keep bringing up in these Business Blaze episodes, Danny, no one wants to be an elevator designer. Although Ken never really changed that much over his first 4 decades, perhaps one of his boldest makeovers came in 1993 with the arrival of Earring Magic Ken. Fantastic. It's clear the matter was already having doubts about the future of Ken's relationship with Barbie, as they just had conducted a poll to find out if Barbie fans wanted to keep Ken or ditch him in favour of a brand new doll. The survey showed that fans preferred to keep Ken, but wanted him to look cooler. That's what happens when you ask kids what they want. What's wrong with him? He needs to look cooler or something. However, the launch, how will we fix this? We'll give him an earring. It's that I've always wanted to look cooler, so I've been thinking about just getting a single earring, a single diamond earring. I think it would really work for me. However, the launch of the new Earring Magic Ken took many by surprise, as it seemed that Mattel had decided to go with the bold new idea of stereotypical gay Ken. The company always denied this, but the clues were there to spot. A purple faux leather Gaultier. Is that like John Paul Gaultier? I don't know how to pronounce that. I only know that brand because of American Psycho. Is that how you spell it? A faux purple Gaultier, whatever. Vest. A pink mesh shirt. A giant hoop piercing his left ear. Oh my god, Ken, is this like 90s cool? But perhaps the biggest giveaway of all was that Ken was wearing a pendant around his neck, which appeared to be in the shape of a massive grape, just in case there was any doubt with the mesh shirt. Mattel claims that this was just a necklace. Why would he need a ring? He doesn't have a Earring Magic Ken was discontinued and recalled following the controversy, despite it becoming the best-selling Ken doll of all time after it generated a cult following in the gay community. That's extraordinary. It's now one of the most sought-after collector items from the whole 6 decades of Barbie products. Whether any of this had any bearing on Barbie's decision to dump Ken 11 years later is not very clear. It was time to spend some quality time apart. Their Hollywood romance has come to an end, but they will remain good friends.
What?
Yes, that was loud.
Oh yeah, let's play.
deserve it.
I have a solution for my conundrum.
No, my friend, he did a believer on me last year the hard way. I bet against my. Sit down.
Watch me have walked outside of fucking.
What?
Watch me have walked out of the house without a fucking lighter.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, I fucking did.
Here, you want to use mine?
Yeah, sure. No, thank you. You guys happen to have a lighter? You got a lighter?
I only understand friendship. Or scorched earth.
If you want, it wouldn't be as boring sitting here.
How is my civics treated? Oh, okay, good. Yeah.
Yeah, she thinks fucking game's already loaded and got their PlayStation.
Huh.
So I just went ahead and bought the 50 because it was 30. They don't sell $10 cards here. So I bought the 50, and I was like, well, wait a minute. He said like 15. So like, there's 30 for that tax hit. That leaves me maybe $15. Another 25 would be another 15. Because I think there's like maybe 3 or 4 on my account anyways from the last time.
Yeah.
So I might just see if I can't just pay it straight through PlayStation.
You could look up and see. You can start an account and shit on the website, but you are on your phone.
I have an account with whoever makes that game. I just can't remember if I do or not.
Square Enix.
Yeah, I think I do have an account with them. I think I had it when I had I think you sent it to me when I had the laptop. And I started kicking the thing, I think. But I don't know. I swear I did. But it wasn't like 14. It was, for some reason, I think, I don't know what one it was. like she can't go to bed till I get back with laundry.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Because I got her pajamas, so she can't go to bed until I get back with laundry. Well, then she's got to stay. She's trying to stay awake now. And she's trying to talk her friend to playing that game because she looked at it and she was like, well, I'll just play it.
Huh.
But I can watch this when you stream every once in a while. But I stream it to Twitch. That's the only problem. She don't follow me on YouTube. She just follows me on Twitch.
Huh. I hate Twitch. Why did I put him there? Oh, that's a cat place. No, Alright, motherfucker. You need to come home.
They got this thing here. It's a page on Facebook called Pick with Savages.
Yeah.
And these dudes apparently got a radio show around here and shit like that or whatever. I don't know. They sat here and they go, yeah, when you can clean the laundromat downtown as your second home, this is the only laundromat in fucking town. They find everybody passed out in the bathroom from fucking heroin here at night. So this is the latest I've been here, so maybe I'll get some action. Like once about 12, 1, 2 o'clock hits, you can't find a copy of this fucking shit.
No.
Oh, that fucking disappeared, man. You can't see these motherfuckers anywhere.
Yeah, fucking prostitutes.
I've been told there's prostitutes here, but I've never seen one. Then again, I think I think most of them live right for whores anyway. So
there you go. They don't have to go very far.
no, dude, it's fucking ridiculous. No, I have seen one. I have seen one, and she was passed out next to the dumpster between a van and a dumpster. The little IGA over.
There we go.
may have something to do with Ken's reluctance to get married. Because he was gay. Oh, I'm going to get in trouble with this one. You have to admit that 43 years is a long time to keep a girl waiting. Yeah, Ken, you're not. However, Barbie didn't hang around on the shelf for very long. In the space of just a few months, it was announced that Blaine was the new plastic man in Barbie's life, following an online campaign in which over 2 million fans voted to decide the identity of Barbie's new suitor. The shortlist of candidates actually included poor old Ken, but it seems that even the most ardent Barbie fans were now getting bored of him. So, who was Blaine? It's the question
Blaine was Blaine.
to know the answer to. He was Australian.
That's funny. I have 2 laptops open. Got a TV over here, the statue laptop.
Anyone who introduces themselves.
My unit was captured by Free Cities. Ah, who cares?
Don't come across these people in real life, but it's like, hi, yeah, my name's John. I'm an
And then I got my big TV with the PlayStation on it.
What gunpowder did for war, the printing press has done for
That is more valuable information than knowing using the words. How could Barbie ever resist such an intriguing, enigmatic, shit legend? During the wilderness years to Kent, he was completely stripped of his identity and sold as a generic. That's an understatement. That's very sad. It's possible that he turned but literally, rumors that there's ever a sex mask in it surfaced. However, Blaine was only around for 2 years before he was given the axe by Mattel and a new look. Is it Mattel or Mattel? I care about that as much as
Mattel, motherfucker.
And a new look and restyled version of Ken was launched in 2006, although it was made very clear at the time that he and Barbie were now enjoying a purely platonic relationship. I'm not sure that I've ever given less of a shit about anything. I really hope this is entertaining. Who cares? Oh my god. It's like when I just said that video about baseball. From what I can see, Ken was now apparently a changed man who exuded a new sense of his own personal style. From what I can see, I think they just ruffled up his hair a bit. Fast forward to a happy ending on Valentine's Day 2011 when a huge marketing campaign revealed that Ken had finally won back Barbie's heart and the couple were officially together again. What about Blaine? Poor Blaine. He was so
Blaine?
that shitty dog-loving motherfucker. He was, he's just left out in the cold. He's from Australia, so he's left out in the warm. Barbie announced that my heartbeat so Ken Blaine's little heartbroken. You never got any of this kind of crap. It's actually, oh yeah, my parents also didn't let me watch Power Rangers. My cousin Ollie.
Wow, your parents didn't let you watch Power Rangers? That's too violent.
Power Rangers is too violent. That's like hilarious.
So I watched the Power Rangers.
You imagine what I thought of Wile E.
Huh?
So then I got in trouble for my cousin's birthday.
Can you imagine what they thought of Wile E. Coyote?
It was actually quite hard to see when they were doing this. A lot of people claim that the whole thing was a particularly long and meticulously detailed.
Can you hear it?
The two companies really think that far ahead. I don't think so. That's a really, I'm not going to give them that much credit. Surely the little hits like Barbie Dolls in 2011 would be a completely different set of little hits than the ones at the table bring up in 2004. Probably something 7 years later. If you've been playing with Barbies for 7 years, check yourself before you wreck yourself. I'm not sure the Barbie dolls lend to the concept of long story arcs that span 7 years. No, they really don't. Even TV shows which think they can keep going 7 seasons or 7 years community time is not really great. Like I've been watching The Blacklist. Blacklist is one of my favourite shows with James Spader. Amazing show. And now I'm just like, what is going on? I'm so confused. I'm not sure the Barbie dolls, the breakup and reunion may not be done much to help Barbie in the long term. Anyway, sales of Barbie dolls are massive. It's all range, but whatever the future may hold for Barbie, at least she enjoyed over 6 decades of success before the kids got bored. There are several other points which probably have never made it off the shelves in the first place. Oh, okay, I read that like at the end of the section. Because Danny's got to read the paragraph for you, Danny. Come on, Danny. You expect me to read these ahead of time, Danny? There are several other toys which should probably have been made off the shelves in the first place.
No, you shouldn't read them You want to give the reactions he does if he knows what's coming.
Teletubbies. I hadn't absolutely heard of that. It was super weird. Your last dish. You're a man. Most mainframe bars and body washes you rub on your skin.
Man suffers only because he takes seriously what the gods made for fun.
Real soap. Stop marinating your man meat with unholy ingredients that are harmful to your well-being. Start treating your body to the natural, nourishing, lathery goodness of Dr. Swatch soap. Get ready to step out of the shower feeling alive.
That smells really good. Smells like my dad's delivery. It smells really good, yeah. Really sexy. Oh, that smells really good. I would use it, but like, if a guy smelled like that too, I would. If my man was wearing this, I would.
How long does it take you to get laundry done?
Well, this is 23 minutes, and then when I go to drying, it's about 25 minutes a piece. So, about an hour. And then she knows I didn't leave the house dinner until about maybe 12. Started at 12, so about 9 o'clock I would be there. Then get home, hang her clothes, and make her look for her clothes. And then she'll have to stand her ass into the bathroom and change for these 20 minutes. But she's doing that over down over. And then she'll get up and just have her minutes on to go downstairs. And then it's right there.
And now I'm like, oh my god, am I going to have to watch these? It was quite popular for a while.
Oh, that's where Hate's. One of my things is called Hate's Horde. I'm actually Hades Horde. I've fucking been naming a lot of them. But I'm trying to make sure they live too.
The talking toy version of the Teddy character Poe was released in 1998, but it was quickly pulled from the US show. I was delivering a slew of gay slurs and then some comments from the children. No, it wasn't. The particular parents believed that Poe was coming out with such novelty phrases as batty, and bite my butt, and far, far worse. If you are so sensitive to complain about that, get your shit together. The truth was that Poe wasn't actually saying any real words at all. He was communicating in the usual gibberish telly talk seen in the TV series. But the problem was that US parents who bought the toys weren't necessarily familiar with the show and didn't understand that the Teletubbies typically spent every episode spouting indecipherable phonics. Now, if I was doing the voiceover for Poe, I'd definitely try to make it sound as close as I could to, like, gay slurs or whatever, just to with people. So instead, parents were drawing their own conclusions about what the doll might be saying. The manufacturer's Hasbro blames the confusion on the fact that the voice actress has a strong Cantonese accent. This is probably also close to mark to say that Poe's voice has become lost in translation after landing in an unfamiliar marketplace. Future versions of the doll were packaged with language cards, making it a bit clearer that Poe wasn't an angry, homophobic doll dripping with blind hatred. Quite amazing. This is a lot more interesting than the cat thing. I didn't just make this coffee, it's been sitting over there for a while. Now it's really cold, but I need the caffeine. Although everyone says on this channel that one thing I really don't need is caffeine. Other toys turned out to be massively popular, but possibly for very wrong reasons. Oh god, look what we've got coming. That's very obviously familiar with the Nimbus 2000 brain stick, and NASA released a toy version of the flying stick aimed at kids between the ages of 8 and 12. I have read Harry Potter, it's going to shock you to know, but I've never seen the movie. So
I can use the PlayStation gift cards
I don't really like it. So did you already fly? Surprise.
I think so.
But this whole gift cards.
You should have the first month free.
Yeah. But if I can pay for like one in advance, or if I can pay for one too, I just gotta pay for one.
Yeah, I feel that.
Apparently included such gems as. The only problem is the batteries drain far too fast. I know my daughter might be your Chris, but she loves it. Amazon reviews are absolutely some of the most, like the sarcastic ones, absolutely some of the most gold on the internet. I would
And then again, I know how much money I have. I know how much money's on the bank card.
If you guys have some good
So,
idea how to integrate these into business plays, I would love to know it because I'm surprised at how long they can just sit in their room and play with this magic broomstick. Holy shit, that's inappropriate. Although the Nimbus
Alright, I gotta figure out how to have Phoenix or Richmond stay loyal now.
Well, on a similar note, about 20 years
10 turns rebellion.
From Knickerbocker was possibly one of the strangest looking toys you'll find on the shelves in Toys R Us in 1982. Yeah, that looks like a long, thin penis. Finger glows when pressed. Well, my penis doesn't do that. And it was very quickly pulled out of circulation the same year, replaced with a full glove version. But not before it had gone on to become one of the best-selling toys of the year. It's weird. It's just weird how not many kids recall ever getting one in their Christmas stockings. So I've no idea who is buying them. Now this is not an epic place, but we're getting into epic territory. Let's carry on. And let's not forget Rad Repeating Tarzan, which was a Disney licensed character released in science.
Chuck finds that $3,400 thing for the bullshit. She was so fucking pissed.
While delivering a fierce battle yell. Okay, doesn't sound too bad so far. If you were lucky enough to see one of these shots, you could try it out for yourself while it stood in the box. But it has to be said that Tarzan's frantic access to the company war. Okay, I'm getting it. Just seemed very dodgy when he wasn't carrying the weapon.
See, there's a whole one right there I need to get.
It's not going to help you plan that dinner, and it definitely won't help you pick your kids up afterwards. Eventually, you crash and burn.
Crash and burn, baby.
Delicious organic way of Mother Nature herself that not only boosted her energy up sky high, but also had zero crash and increased our mood. Well, I've got news for you. Mother Nature did create several of these amazing.
Why am I listening to that ad? Holy fuck. What's wrong with me?
Finally! I don't know how this is finally because there's 2 long pages left. Finally, we returned yet again to Natal for a range of toys that went far beyond any careless oversights or breakdowns in automated communications and into downright dangerous territory. So we're ending this video with real-life misery rather than just accidental sex toys. Okay, the Cabbage Patch Snack Time dolls seemed like a harmless enough concept. Sold exclusively in the United States in 1996, young kids were invited to feed their new favorite dolls by placing special plastic food in the doll's mouth and then watch it happily munch away using a patented chewing mechanism. This was essentially just a pair of one-way metal rollers in a behind plastic lips which would deliver the food through the body of the doll until it magically reappeared in the doll's backpack. Yeah, that's what happens to most of my food. Like, I'll eat a burger and then later on in the day I take the burger out of my backpack. At least, I had one at least when I was a kid, and that's how I learned how logistics work. One of the design for it, Cabbage Patch Snack Time dolls didn't seem to know when to stop chewing, and there was no quick and hefty off switch. You had to detach the whole backpack to stop the doll from snacking. Hundreds of angry parents began raising concerns to matter when the kids ended up getting their hair and fingers cut inside the doll's mouth. Holy shit. Kids, they're going to put their hands in, like, mouth and everything, you know? All my kid does is chew on shit. You know, you're like, hey, what's going on? Oh, you're chewing on that, yeah, of course. In one case, the big parents harbored out of finding a switch on the doll who had managed to gobble up their daughter's hair right up to her ear. Also, though, this just happened to one kid. Power Metal's initial response was to place warning stickers on top of the boxes, although it's difficult to imagine what these stickers might have said. Maybe something like parental caution advice. This doll will kick your kid's hair and fingers and would not even get it. It probably didn't say that, Daddy, because you don't want to be inappropriate to kids. They're gonna read that and learn the word kick.
Oh wow.
Thankfully, following an agreement between National and the Consumer Product Safety Commission, the line was voluntarily withdrawn, and parents were offered a full $40 refund if they returned the toy. Everyone claimed their refunds estimated the man would have lost around $20 million from the dolls because didn't know when to stop. You can pick them up from eBay if you're ever short of a gift idea for your least favorite child. Bonus Barbie fails. Let's do it. I think it's spent several hours.
No, you can't have my money. Go fuck off.
The rest of us. So this is all my fault. I really if you're here at this point in the video, oh shit. By the free-to-play action game Crossout. Check out the game through the link in the description below, and you can start with 3 extra weapons or a vehicle cabin just for registering. From Austria to Japan, from Eastern Turkey to Vietnam, these were the borders of the largest contiguous empire in human history. 9 million square miles and stretched much more than double the size of the modern United States of America. Its rise began in 1206 and exploded in 1368, just a blip compared to the historical longevity of such nations as the Chinese Empire that the Mongols caused so much turmoil. A continent that doesn't experience that much change without many amazing things happening, for better or for worse. Generally, the worst, though, is we're talking about the subjugation of millions of people under the
Those who in quarrels interpose must often wipe a bloody nose.
That he was a flail of God. So, let's take a tour.
I think
162 years with 10 stops along the way, and stop number
if
10.
you should try out some DD, some damage dealers on fucking Final Fantasy, and see how you like actually a tank job. If you would be so kind, try out a tank job just to see how it is, because the two things a party always fucking needs most is a tank and a white mage.
Yeah.
If you have those two, the others are easy to fill in a party for. But by all means, raise a fucking black mage up too. They are fucking awesome. Just like I'm raising up other jobs too, so that I can be versatile when it comes to parties.
So, I mean, I think I can open a mage at level 10 with anything, right?
Yeah, maybe.
So once I start a class, I can change over. Once I start like a tank, I can change over to mage, and then revert back to tank, go back and forth between the two and build them both.
Yeah, you can do that with all the jobs. Just take turns building them.
Okay, and that's all I gotta do.
Number 9, the family of Ruby Births. It was not unknown for latest for its right legends around the births and charms.
Oh yeah, they're still creating those, huh?
Must be one of the grimmest stories, according to Mongolian accounts. Told me that he was born holding a cross up the seldom as a son, he was destined to be a conqueror. Less well publicized, pretty unnerving, is what Odin said about his brother Kasar when he was born. Supposedly he had entered the world gnawing like a dog on his own afterbirth. Tsar takes the part of about 1,400 troops, showing Mongols that apparently being born and mounting their own afterbirth was not nearly so great as being clots of blood. Austria nearly joined that list too, with the loss of Vienna, and vulnerable to conquest or at least devastating raids by Mongol hordes. The Mongols were two very healthy examples of how they would manage against any army of European nations further. On April the 9th, 1241, an army of 20,000 Mongols confronted an army of 30,000 at the Battle of Legnica in Hungary. The Mongols drew out Henry's cavalry with a main retreat, then through a heavy bombardment of rockets created a smokescreen that cut off contact between the European cavalry and infantry. When the cavalry was routed, they switched their bombardment to the European footmen with devastating effect until, well, labouring as well. It was said that the heavily outnumbered Mongols practically annihilated their foes and were able to cap off the victory by parading Duke Henry's head around. Because of course they did. The very next day, 100,000 Europeans under King Bela IV faced 80,000 Mongols under Batu Khan and Subadai at Sajo River in Hungary. The Mongols were able to both frontally attack and to come up from behind the European army in pincer movements, resulting in a rout of the Europeans under heavy flaming catapult fire. The results were better only to the extent that the European army wasn't completely destroyed, but even the lower estimates for losses put them at 60,000 dead. So, didn't go well for them. So, what happened to Europe from the Mongol hordes then? Well, that was pure luck. That same year, Ogadai Khan died and the armies retreated to Mornitz Passing before they could fully take advantage of the victories. Ogadai Khan was recorded as being a particularly intelligent Khan, but as far as European history is concerned, by far the most significant aspect of his personality was how his great love of wine put in an early grave. Lucky Europe. Number 7. Engineering marvels. Although the Mongols owed the majority of their astoundingly fast imperial expansion to their exemplary horse archers, Genghis Khan's nomadic upbringing had taught him to appreciate the benefits of alliances and arrangements with outsiders who possessed special goods and or skills. So, in 1214, 8 years after Genghis Khan had taken control of the Mongols had created a corps of which began with 500 soldiers and crew. It's basically a bunch of miracle workers. For example, at the Amu Darya River, the engineers under Master Zhang were able to whip up a bridge in record time by lashing together 100 ships. With the Zhang of Baghdad mentioned in entry 10 that we just a minute ago, the engineers redirected the Euphrates River so that the waters flooded their enemies and destroyed their defenses. Mongol trebuchets would fire so many missiles at encampments that they often depleted the number of large rocks that were available, and other boulders had to be hauled across the empire just to beat the trebuchets. With such a heavy workload, the Mongols sensibly adopted a policy of sparing any engineer when they sacked a city. So, definitely not what I would be studying. Number 6. Mongols as attempted peacemakers. Even knowing that the Mongols had a sophisticated military tactics,
the Navy.
It is as a bunch of thirsty warmongers. The relationship with Khwarezmia is all the more surprising then, because Genghis Khan reached out to them only as a potential trade partner. Even Persian historian Jani agrees that was the nature of the arrangement. As we'll see, he would have good reason to portray the Mongols in a negative light. It went south in 1219 when a caravan of Mongols was massacred in the city of Orta, but the Mongols still did not rush and Khan sent diplomats to demand something done about this. Shah Muhammad responded by sending the corpses of Khan's messengers. This was probably an error because Genghis Khan didn't become the whole flared of God thing for the Islamic nation, and he killed millions of people. Now, just before we get into the next part, I want to take a moment to tell you about today's sponsor, Crossout. Now, you might not be leading a Mongol horde across the Europe. If you want to dominate your enemies, you can do it online in the game Crossout. In Crossout, what you do is build your own custom vehicle, and then pit that vehicle against other people's custom vehicles. Now, Crossout is one of those games where it's like, yeah, maybe you get to select whether you have like regular or incendiary ammo. Crossout basically take a main structure, which is basically just a metal frame, and then you attach everything onto it that you want. Like you want power, wheels, guns to destroy destroy people. You can also add, what have I done? I've attached rather than wheels, just like hovering things, so your craft essentially just hovers above the ground. Adding rockets, guns, all of that stuff. It's pretty crazy. If you build it well, you are going to dominate. If you build it badly, you are going to get dominated. You can't win them all. It's a super fast-paced game with lots of different game modes, and you've got pretty much limitless freedom to create. What you do with your vehicle is up to you. Also, Major Plus is that it's not complicated. Right from the start, you just jump in, you're like, yeah, but it goes like this, and then you go fight. You might get destroyed a little, but you will learn the ropes real quick. Join us on Battlefield for free using the link in the description below. PC, Xbox One, PS4, plus going through that link, you get a free starter set. 3 extra weapons or an extra vehicle cabin. All that's just a bonus for registering, and it supports the show, which is let's get back to it. Number 5, planting the seeds for the Viet Cong. While for decades the mightiest empires of Asia were unable to stop the Mongols, the modest nation of Southeast Asia was able to stand strong. In 1283, 2 years after the final Mongol attempt to conquer Japan had ended in disaster, Kublai Khan sent a seemingly overwhelming army down into the Red River Valley in what is now Vietnam. The Khan wanted a military victory to save some face. Spoiler alert. Didn't work great. Unfortunately for the Mongols, the people of Vietnam had a leader named Tran Hoan Do who was able to rally them to take a stand against the largest empire in the world, which had defeated massive opponents in battle. So what allowed the Vietnamese people to succeed? So many other nations failed. Well, they allowed the Mongols to take their capital, but they had been fighting using small Mongol forces basically forced them to withdraw. More determined than ever to save face, Kublai Khan sent another invasion in 1287. This time the Vietnamese turned to naval cleverness. The Mongols sent their navy to the Bac Dang River, and the Vietnamese were able to lure their ships onto great iron spikes that they had placed beneath the waters. Tran Hoan Do's methods were so successful that for centuries they were the model used by the Vietnamese against invader after invader, most famously by the Viet Cong against the French and American militaries. Number 4, regulatory capitalists. Although the Mongol culture that Genghis Khan took control of was nomadic and its soldiers were willing to show little or quarter, they understood the need for trading. They were much more inclined to hunting and horse archery than they were to such labour as fletching, so good relations with merchants were key, even when the Mongols were just another isolated community on the steppes. The Khans made sure that they remained vitally important even after their empire reached its zenith. The Chinese and Persian empires had not been nearly so respectful of merchants and taxed them heavily. Under the Mongols, taxes were lifted on merchants and Mongol troops were devoted to protecting them. As a result, the Mongol Empire was flooded with merchants the elaborate road system that the Mongols built, most famously the Silk Road. Merchants were even allowed to use governmental postal relay stations. This was eventually taken away because the privilege was being abused, though. Even empires that are willing to destroy cities with millions of people in them will only put up with so much uncouth behaviour. Number 3. It was not idly boasting. The Mongol conquests were to a significant degree a religious crusade, so it's especially surprising that in the wake of their stunning success, which you'd imagine would be extremely validating to their religious doctrine, the Mongols largely turned to other belief systems. Kublai Khan turned to Buddhism in 1242, but Kublai seemingly wasn't even particularly adherent to that religion and presented a truly stupefying religious offer after he had taken the throne. In 1266, 9 years before the famous arrival of Marco Polo, Kublai had a message sent to him. If 100 clergymen men skilled in your religion, as he put it, were sent to his royal palace, and if they convinced him, he would have himself, his court, and all his subjects baptized. There will be more Christians here than there are in your parts, as he put it, but he was probably right. Almost as surprising as the Khan's staggeringly generous offer was the Pope's half-hearted answer. Accounts vary on just how many clergymen were sent. Some say 2, while others go as high as, well, still just 7. By all accounts, it was well under the requested 100, but even if it had been 1,000, the opportunity slipped through the church's fingers because they arrived too late for the Khan to receive them. To be fair, considering that the Mongols had destroyed European armies just 2 decades earlier, it would be understandable for the Pope to be just a touch skeptical. Number 2, strong social welfare programs. You'd think, since they emerged from a nomadic lifestyle fraught with hardship and violence, the Mongols would be harsh and austere with their subjects. That certainly wasn't the case with Kublai Khan. There were programs for even the poorest of Mongol Empire. Kublai Khan greatly expanded the empire's crop yields by creating an office for stimulation of agriculture. To prepare for inevitably bad harvests, he had immense granary systems built in the 58 in the capital city of Beijing. He was not stingy with the reserve grain either. According to Marco Polo, everyday meals were provided for roughly 30,000 impoverished people in Beijing. Whether it was out of genuine compassion for the people or to maintain order, the effect was the same. People got to eat. Number one, hyperinflation. We don't want to give the impression that Kublai Khan's time as emperor was a
Peace, one is despoiled by mercenaries.
Across continents and ambitious rivals for the throne that were willing to plunge the empire into civil war time and time again, historians maintain what brought down the empire was a venture that was relatively harmless on paper. In fact, it was something that quite literally was on paper. So paper money was by no means invented by the Mongols. In fact, the Song region of China had introduced it 9 years before the Mongols conquered it. Still, they brought it back and spread it across the empire, calling it Chao in China and Zhao in Persia. The Mongols made the classic mistake of not backing their printed money with any sort of precious metals or any other commodity, and thus, as the cost of their Mongols mounted, they could just money. The burden of arms from the was too much for them, even the cleverest, most accomplished warrior nation was no match for hyperinflation. So if you find that video interesting, if you did, smash that like button and definitely check out today's sponsor Crossout and link it to below. Thank you for watching.
Due to the medical advances we've already achieved and our increased knowledge in how to treat the virus, the mortality rate.
This video is sponsored by War Thunder. Play War Thunder for free. You get a premium aircraft, tank, or ship. It's a 3-day account upgrade as a bonus. It's available on PC, PS4, and Xbox One. More on them events.
I like how here at my laundromat, you just pay like $2 extra and they'll switch it over for you and everything.
Yeah.
The Scourge of God. You know, you had to be one bad motherfucker to get the nickname Scourge of God. You know, you have to be.
Sounds like a pretty nice guy.
Yeah. Until the Hun.
Oh, he was supposed to.
fucking, you know how he died? This man who's called Scourge of God, who wrecked kingdoms and brought down civilizations and fucking made empires shake. He drowned in his own puke as he was passed out after a party. Yeah. He's laying on his back and he puked. Passed out and puked.
Drowned his own shit.
Yep, drowned right there. He wasn't even that old, too. He could have fucking, man, he could have conquered so much. I wish we would have a way to just go back in time and see some of this shit and see how things really were instead of what the winners say it was. Holy shit, that vampire took... Wow. They are going after him. That vampire, man. Yeah. There's a few of them that hit him. He just standing proud like, what, bitches? You gonna come again? There's 4 fucking armies around me. Come on.
What level is he?
They don't have levels. They don't have promotions. Nothing. He got 44 strength. San Jose. Oh. Well, back that bitch up there. We need to set up. It takes 8 turns. That person can get better. Fuck it. Ah, I knew the influence would be on it. Rebellion in 5 turns. Alright, fuck it, whatever. Oh, his melee strength went up. 65.
That's what I'm saying. The more they fight, the stronger they get. And they don't die, because when they get their health beat down to pretty much when they should die, once they beat them down to like 1 health,
yeah,
the automatic just spawns back in your capital city and then regens the full health and you send them out again. But they never die. Unless they're in their castle. Or I mean in their capital city. If
yeah, there's
capital city,
there's like
they can die there.
Yeah, there's like 3 different ways they can die.
Yeah. Time's up real fucking hard.
Oh shit. In COVID time, what the fuck else you got to do?
I like coming out when there's nobody out here. I'll be right back.
All the best romances bloom. Listen, strange women lying in ponds, distributing...
At the end of the 4th century, when they decided to cross the Volga River and expand into Central Europe. Historians have debated their origins and even the language that they spoke, but they what popularized this is apparently with an earlier Nomadic people originating in Mongolia is attested in ancient Chinese sources, the Xiongnu. They had lived in the region as early as the 3rd century BC. God's war against the Chinese Han Dynasty for over 200 years before eventually suffering a decisive defeat. Some argue that the Xiongnu were in fact the Huns, while others believe there was at least some continuity between the tribes, but again, we stress that this is just speculation. When it comes to the river itself, we find a scarcity of reliable sources. One major contributor was Christus Panion, a Roman diplomat and historian who was not only alive during the Huns' reign, but actually met Christian as part of This is a description of Attila. He was 40 minutes walk, rolling his eyes hither and thither, so the power of his proud spirit appeared in the movement of his body. He was indeed a lover of war, yet restrained in action, mighty in counsel, gracious supplements, and lenient to those who at once received protection. He is short in stature, with a broad chest, a large head. His arms were small, his beard thin, sprinkled with grey, and yet a flat nose, a swarthy complexion, showing the evidence of his origin, as though his temper was such that he always had great self-confidence. Yet his assurance was increased by use of Mars, always esteemed sacred among kings.
There is a huge fundraising deadline coming up for Senate Democrats, and they need your help right now if they're going to use every dollar from now until the official agency deadline.
When the Huns first came to Europe, they were not unified as a single force. They were still made up of loosely affiliated clans, but each was their own king. Their first major conquests were the Allies, who were followed by plenty of other small, obscure tribes, paving the way. As the Huns made advances into Europe, they began encountering Gothic nations like the Pygmies and Sunrise. These two proved both national hordes. They were forced to retreat to the west. It was only a matter of time before they eventually ran into Roman territory. Speaking of the Romans, by this point, the power of the Roman Empire was fading. It was no longer the juggernaut that it used to be, holding dominion over most of Europe and even Africa. It had unofficially been divided into the Eastern Roman Empire, meaning two political administrations, two emperors, and two capitals, the Eastern Roman while the Western Roman Empire never used Rome as a seat of power, but rather the Germanic done retroactively by modern scholars to create a more distinction between political entities who reference from that time as a single empire. While the Byzantine Empire, which is another time applied retroactively, by the way, would last for another 100 years. Anyway, the Goths sought refuge in the Roman lands. At first, Eastern Roman Emperor Valens gave them permission to settle. However, the land they lived in was not sufficient for all the people, the Huns, shortages and riots of the 76 Goths. This was one of many such Goths. They attacked the parts of the Eastern Roman Empire that corresponded to Western Asia, such as Cappadocia and Syria. They probably also tried their luck against the Sasanian or Neo-Persian Empire, but encountered a relative and were driven back to Europe. At times, the Huns were employed as mercenaries by the Romans and by the Goths, renegations led an army of honor. The Romans used Huns and allies, Goths as mercenaries. Over the following decades, the Romans and the Huns had an uneasy alliance, although both sides occasionally broke it and attacked one another. Something more important happened. The Huns became united under a man named Crux. He ruled alone by his brother Octa, while they were co-rulers of each other, dominion of the Huns. Either way, Octa was the first to die around 450 AD, so for a while, Crux was the sole ruler of the Huns. Crux had another brother, and his name was son, Peter. I'm not sure if Crux lacked any sons of his own, or how the ascension process works, but when Crux died, he wanted to know what he needs to left to get the rulers of the Huns. And if you would like to become the ruler of your own army, I'd like to tell you about today's sponsor, War Thunder. War Thunder is a realistic, free-to-play military vehicle combat game available on PC, PS4, and Xbox One, but you only need one of those to play. It's also free to purchase. You just download and get started. In this game, there are over 1,500 historically accurate movies, all the way from the 1920s to the 1990s. They're all carefully built, incredibly detailed. You can see that all the physics is sweat. Very, very good. Plus, super immersive sound. So that's also loaded with our headphones. And look, It takes Squarespace's new all-in-one platform to build a beautiful online presence and run your business. Check out Squarespace through the link in the description below. More on them in a bit. It's one of the most chilling passages in military history. In the 13th century, secret history of the Mongols, Genghis Khan's quartet of generals are described thus. They are the 4 dogs of Temujin. They have foreheads of brass. Their jaws are like scissors. Their tongues like piercing holes. The day of battle, they devour and eat flesh. Behold, they are now finished. They slaughter most of them. Coming from an empire as bloody as Mongols, these adjustments that they trip in horror. But even among the dogs of Temujin, one stands out as more cunning, more sadistic, and more terrifying than the others. His name is Subutai, Genghis Khan's dog. A non-Mongol who joins the Khan's tribe at age 14. Subutai also master of battle. Mongols great general Subutai proved further to conquer more than any other man in history. It was thanks to him that Russia was brought into Mongol folds, that Mongols had reached Central Europe, that they came this close. Despite being both brilliant and vicious, Subutai was never in today's video, we're looking back at the greatest, deadliest generals ever lived. Although he would become the Mongols' greatest general, Subutai was never destined to be one of Genghis Khan's people. When he was born around 1175 AD, it wasn't long to the endless plains of the Mongolian steppe, but the dense, dark forests on the western shores of Lake Baikal. His tribe were the Uriankai, sometimes inaccurately known as the Forest Mongols. Inaccurate because the Uriankai had almost nothing in common with some of these. Where the Mongols rise night and day, the Uriankai that's not to say that to it every year when the snows finally melted, Mongols and Uriankai during one afternoon, Subutai's fate was sealed. The story goes that Subutai's father often traded with the Mongols. Subutai's dad found out that he was
I'll be here.
One of those innovations was the idea of promoting the generals based on skill rather than kinship. This is a license policy that would allow the non-Mongols to provide various not the progress was fast. Its emergence and manual strikes on one of years constant. Sometimes spent doing stuff like helping unite Mongols culminating almost 6 weeks
Over the last 2 months, I've lost about 20 pounds, which blows my mind. After 3 months, I've actually lost a little over 16 pounds. Actually, almost 17. I didn't tell you that. Almost 17. We've been doing 4 to 6 weeks, and I've lost 10 pounds. I dropped 12 pounds. With, like, the beginning of 6 weeks. I was not expecting it to go that fast.
It's been 9 months, and I've lost 57 pounds. That's a lot of weight.
it was also the beginning of Subutai's rise from mere general to the greatest conqueror in all of history. Try to picture, just for a moment, what it must have felt like to be an Eastern European in the early 1220s. Up till now, your comfortable worldview has essentially extended no further east than Jerusalem. China and the Far East are vast, blank nothings where you suspect no humans really live. And then it happens. The first Mongol raiding party comes sweeping through the Caucasus and up into your backyard, bringing unprecedented devastation in their wake. It must have been the 13th century equivalent of a Martian invasion, and Subutai was the mighty Martian warlord. The speed of his invasion was shocking. In 1222, Subutai's army reached Georgia, where they wiped the floor with their army. That done, they pushed west, reaching Crimea by early 1223. It was at this point Europeans first made contact with the empire that would nearly destroy them. As they reached Crimea, Subutai's army had sliced their way through the nomadic Cumans. But the Cuman leader had managed to escape and had gone running to his son-in-law, Prince Mstislav of Galich. And Galich, in 1223, just so happened to be a part of the fabled empire of Cuman Rus.
And
Before
first Hephaestus
Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus, the princes of Cuman Rus were a loose alliance who together were one of the greatest forces of Europe. So when Mstislav heard about these barbarians hammering at his gates, he forged a pan-Russian army to go and teach them some manners. At first, Subutai seems to have realized that it had made a mistake. His forces fell back from the vast Slavic army. For 9 whole days, the princes of Kievan Rus chased the Mongols east, and chased them all the way over the Kalka River, now thought to be the Kalchik River in Donetsk Oblast in Ukraine. Finally, in late May, Prince Mstislav forced a battle. His forces attacked the Mongol rear guard, annihilating them. As the panicked Mongols retreated over the river, the prince followed, determined to finish these heathens off once and for all. At this point, Subutai presumably gave a truly terrifying smile. It had been a trap, of course. But the moment the Russian armies were pinned with their backs against the river, the Mongols stopped their retreat, turned around, and well, that was it for the princes of Kievan Rus. It's estimated that 90% of the Rus force was annihilated. 40,000 soldiers, 70 nobles, and 6 princes fell before Subutai's sword. Among those captured was Prince of Kiev, who suffered the worst fate of all. Rather than simply kill him, Subutai arranged to have him placed on the floorboards, on top of which the Mongols held their victory party. A night of 1,000 men frantically dancing atop him was enough to slowly crush the prince to death. Yet this would be the finale of Subutai's first journey west. Despite the damage they had unleashed, the Mongol army was near 20,000 strong, far too small for a serious campaign of conquest. So after a journey that had taken them 8,850 kilometers from their homeland, or about the distance from Anchorage, Alaska to Bogota, Subutai and his men turned around and rode home. You can almost imagine the relief in Europe as this unstoppable new threat receded, a slow exhale of breath as people realized that they weren't doomed after all. But this was a dangerous misreading of the situation. Subutai might be gone, but he hadn't forgotten those who'd tried to fight him. He would soon return. When he did, it would be game over for Europe. And just before we return to today's video, I want to take a moment to tell you about today's sponsor, Squarespace. Now, 2 simple things. Maybe you've got an idea for a website or a business that you want to start, or maybe just a podcast or a YouTube channel, something like that. Well, you to figure out whether that's something good. The second thing, you have to put it out there into the world. I know that can be a little bit daunting because, it's scary to go and pursue new things, but not knowing how to set up a website is not an excuse. There are no excuses available with Squarespace. Squarespace allows you to build a powerful website. Something online? Yes, easy to set up a store with Squarespace. Or a podcast? Sure, they handle that. Or a YouTube channel, and you want the website to complement that, somewhere else for people to go to learn about you. It all starts on Squarespace with a beautiful template that you can customize to your heart's content, or you can start from scratch, or you can easily move over to an existing domain, making everything super easy to manage. But don't start from scratch. Just use a template like I say, it's all about not having any excuses with Squarespace. And once you've gone through the super easy customization process, there are no updates, there are no patches, there's no tech BS that you have to deal with. And Squarespace also has all of that website-y stuff. Like I said, they do podcasts, but they also do, mailing lists, social integrations, all of that website-y stuff. Plus, they've got 24/7 customer support who are there to help you if you've got a question. Head to squarespace.com for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/biographics, and you'll save 10% off your first purchase of a website or a domain. And let's get back to it.
I've been on Noom for 4 months, I've lost 27 pounds, and I feel like I got my life back.
I've been on Noom for 4 months, and I've lost 16 pounds.
I'm down 10 kilos in 4 months. It turns out I can do this.
I definitely feel that my brain has been rewired with the help of Noom.
For the next 13 years, Subutai stayed near Mongolia, witnessing the empire transform. First came Genghis Khan's death in 1227, followed by the elevation of his son Ogadai to leader. Then came the consolidation of power as Ogadai imposed taxes and bureaucracy on conquered peoples. As all this was going on, Mongol ambitions stayed small. Although it was in this period that Jin northern China was finally smashed, more remote conquests were postponed. Finally, though, the empire was stable enough that Ogadai told Subutai to head west again. It was music to the old war dog's ears. By now, the legendary general was a man of 60. His days of riding were over, and had grown so fat that he had to travel in a carriage. Yet the tactical genius that had served him so well had only improved with age. When Subutai would return to Europe, it would not be on a mere reconnaissance mission, but a full-blown campaign of conquest. Incredibly, in the 13 long years since the Mongols first appeared, Europe still had not got its defences sorted. The Russian princes were busy squabbling amongst each other, and while the united force might be forged, it was going to take a while. Subutai simply decided that he wouldn't give them even a spare second to think about it. That same year, 1236, the Mongol army crossed the Volga River. Its head was nominally Batu Khan, grandson of Genghis, but one in charge of strategy, in charge of terror tactics, was Subutai. And if there was one thing Subutai excelled at, the first year of the invasion was spent mopping up the semi-nomads of Europe's far west, the Volga Bulgars, the Kipchaks, and the Armens. As one by one Europe's satellite tribes fell, Subutai sent ambassadors to the princes of Kiev and Rus, telling them to surrender without resistance or watch their whole world burn. When the princes refused, you can only imagine Subutai smiled his terrible smile. On the 21st of December 1237, the city of Ryazan, some 200 kilometers from Moscow, became the first to fall to Subutai's forces. Women were dragged screaming through the streets, children were shot with arrows and thrown into burning buildings. Men were disemboweled while their families watched. At the end of the slaughter, Ryazan was no more. Only a handful were left alive, spared by Subutai so they could spread the tale of his savagery. It was a tale that would soon require many more chapters. After Ryazan, the Mongols moved northeast. Bologna fell, then Suzdal, then Moscow. Yet even as Moscow burned, the Russian princes still couldn't coordinate a defense, still couldn't forget their petty rivals long enough to defeat the Dog of War. On February the 7th, 1238, the war dog fell upon the city of Vladimir. Its grand Prince Yuri II fled to carnage, assembling an army to fight back. He returned to the smoking city only to get pinned down by a blizzard. As Yuri and his army waited for the weather to lift, they wondered where the Mongols were, if they were hiding to the north, to the east, or somewhere else entirely. Finally, the storm lifted enough for Yuri to send out scouts. They came back with horrifying. The Mongols were hiding to both the north and the east, and the west, and the south. The 200,000-strong army had completely surrounded the Russians. In the subsequent battle, Subutai systematically slaughtered the entire Russian army. At its end, he had Yuri dragged before Batu Khan and ordered to kneel. When the Grand Prince refused, his head was sliced clean off. By April 1238, Subutai had done the impossible. He had invaded Russia in winter and had won. 12 cities were in ruins. The northern principalities had been laid to waste. But this, incredibly, this was just his warm-up act. Before Subutai was done, the whole of Europe was going to cower before him. In late 1240, the first Mongol warriors Hungarians were sighted from the walls of Kiev. In those days, Kiev was the centre of the Orthodox faith, one of the three great cities, along with Rome and Constantinople, of Christianity. Well, that was the case until December the 6th, anyway. That day, the Mongols breached the city walls. Everyone inside was killed, leaving such a pile of corpses that the streets were still littered with bones nearly a decade later. Yet Kiev's fall was just the opening salvo for the next act of Sukhotai's invasion. Sukhotai's plan was to attack the Kingdom of Hungary, home to one of Europe's greatest armies. But rather than just go charging in, he split his forces in two, sending 30,000 north under a warrior named Kaidu. It was Kaidu's forces that torched Krakow and drove the citizens of Wrocław into flight. It was Kaidu's forces who killed the Silesian king Henry the Pious and so effectively destroyed his army that they were able to fill 9 sacks with the severed ears of the dead. But it would be Sukhothai alone who annihilated Hungary. In spring of 1241, Sukhothai divided his forces into 4 columns and marched on the kingdom. As this angel of death approached, King Bela IV summoned an army 100,000 strong. They amassed on the swollen shores of the Danube just as Sukhothai's party appeared. But if Bela thought he had the situation under control, he was badly mistaken. As he marched out east of Kiev, the smaller Mongol army fell back. They retreated for 9 whole days until they had crossed the one small bridge over the wide, unfordable Sayo River. If this sounds familiar, it's because these are the exact same tactics Sukhothai had used against the princes of Rus nearly 2 decades earlier. But Bela wasn't an idiot. He waited across the stone bridge, refusing to take the bait, daring the Mongols to come to him. So they did. On April the 11th, 1241, the Mongol force attacked across the bridge at daybreak. Although the Hungarians were taken by surprise, they weren't broken. They managed to rally. It even looked like a Hungarian victory might be on the cards. But if Bela had had any advisors from Jin China, they would have been able to tell him what a grave mistake he was making. They would have been able to ask the question that would soon doom the whole of Hungary. Where was Sukhothai? It turns out the general had found a way to ford that unfordable river they were all fighting on, making one of his trademark impossible cavalry rides to cross some far-off marshlands. Now 30,000 bloodthirsty Mongol warriors were bearing down on the Hungarian flank, their teeth bared, war dogs just ready to devour their prey. The impact shattered the Hungarian army. As the Mongols closed in, Sukhothai kept a gap in the ranks, almost daring the enemy to escape. It was an obvious trap, but the panicked Hungarians had no other option. They fled through until a column of screaming, terrified refugees was pouring off the battlefield, their weapons discarded. Finally, when the army was in complete disarray, the trap sprang shut. 2 columns of fresh Mongol horsemen appeared, charging down the fleeing soldiers. One by one, they were slaughtered, and the soldiers were all dead. The Mongol forces then rode into nearby villages and put everyone to the sword. By the end of the massacre, up to 70,000 Hungarian bodies lay strewn across the plain. With them had fallen Europe's last great line of defence. There was now nothing between the Mongols and the Atlantic, nothing between Sukhothai and the complete conquest of Europe. But the old warlord would never get to fulfill his dream. The Mongols would never conquer any further west than Hungary. Even at the pinnacle of his triumph, Sukhothai's war days were nearly over.
Hello, everyone. I have something to ask you. Will you add your name to join my campaign?
Over. The early winter of 1241 was spent teaching the Hungarians a bloody lesson. Sukhothai rode from end to end of the kingdom, destroying any settlement in his path. Buda and Pest were both burned. The town, now known as Esztergom, went up in flames. By the time December came, it's been estimated that up to 50% of Hungary's population had been massacred. And still, Sukhothai's thirst for blood had been quenched. As that dark December of 1241 gave way to a January that was bleak and grey, the Mongols began to push west again. Sukhothai sent a column down into northern Italy and instructed reconnaissance units to scout the Danube Valley. All across Europe, petrified peoples waited for the hammer to fall. As Mongol raiders were spotted from the walls of Vienna, it must have felt like the continent's time had finally come. And then Sukhothai's army just stopped. As Europe watched and trembled, the Mongol armies halted their advance, fell silent for weeks on end. At the end, they suddenly packed up, turned their horses around, and, incredibly, unbelievably, they rode back home. Today, what caused the Mongol retreat is a source of controversy. The main theory is that news of Ogedai Khan's death on December the 11th, 1241 finally arrived, necessitating a long ride home to Alp elect the new Khan. However, there are other theories linked to the miserable weather that decade or the unavailability of food in famine-stricken areas. But whether it was protocol or rain, turn back the Mongols did. It said Subutai didn't want to go. The dog of war gnashed his teeth and begged to finish his mission, the thing that he was born to do. But Batu Khan ordered him, and like a good dog with its master, Subutai eventually obeyed. Not that the ride back was exactly peaceful. On the return journey, the Mongols swept down through Croatia, Bosnia, Albania and Bulgaria, doing their usual slaughtering. On the fringes of Central Asia, Batu Khan stayed behind to establish the Golden Horde, the Khanate that would be one of the world's great powers for centuries. But these were just distractions, postscripts to the great adventure. It was time to go home now. Time for the story to end. At last, after a ride many thousands of kilometers long, Subutai returned to Mongolia, as though his life of adventure gave way to a singularly unadventurous retirement. Oh, sure, he was still respected. When a Franciscan monk visited the Mongol court in 1247, Subutai was practically royalty. 1 year later, though, in 1248, Subutai drops out of the historical record. One story says he spent his old age helping to raise his grandchildren. Another says he accompanied one of his sons back west to the Golden Horde, where he lived out his last days on the fringes of the continent that once come so close to conquering. The date of Subutai's death, though, even how he died, is unknown. But what's not in doubt is his legacy.
I don't like to commit myself about heaven and hell, you see.
That the land's distance he covered with these conquests was nearly 10,000 kilometers, enough to put any other great conqueror to shame. Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, Napoleon. All these guys are mere pygmies next to Subutai. Yes, he was a sadist, a killer, a bloodthirsty maniac. Yes, he used his gifts and the service of a brutal empire. But Subutai was never destined to be a great thinker or artist. He wasn't made to be a peacemaker. Subutai was built to accomplish one thing only: to fight. To fight so hard that he'd become the greatest warrior the world had ever known. On that count at least, the old dog succeeded.
I lost 37 pounds with Noom. I'm 70, and I can parade around on the beach in a two-piece and still be proud of it.
I lost 19 pounds with the help of Noom. I feel like I'm more active than ever.
On Noom, I lost 60 pounds. Literally, my wardrobe is completely changed.
With Noom, I lost 33 pounds. I look back at myself a year ago, and 2 of me could fit into my summer shorts.
On Noom, I lost 10 pounds. I'm way more balanced in how I eat, balanced in how I think, and balanced in how I behave.
Because of Noom, I have lost 63 pounds and kept it off for a year. I went to put on a watch from over a year ago, and it was just like blinked. Like I could have fit 2 fingers in there.
I lost 80 pounds on Noom and gained superpowers to keep it up.
What up, yo? Long day. What have y'all been up to? Not much.
Straight chilling, yo.
Don't you think you should maybe find some sort of job or a source of income?
I mean, we both.
So I really hope you found the video interesting. If you did, please do hit that thumbs up button below and don't forget to subscribe. Also, please do check out our fantastic sponsor, Squarespace, who I'm linking to below. And this video is brought to you by me.
You want a weird zebra sex mask? I got a weird zebra sex mask.
Or more accurately, a new channel I'm doing called Business Plays. It's business-themed topics like trillion-dollar bills, crazy pyramid schemes, and the biggest business scams in history.
Welcome to another episode of Business Plays.
It's sort of like the content that I make here, but it's a bit more relaxed, it's a bit more freestyle. Please do check it out through the link in the description below. Consider subscribing and let me know what you think. And let's get into it. This tremendous tale of samurai loyalty and honor goes by several names. It is usually referred to as the Aiko Jiken in Japan, translated as the Akko Incident, or sometimes the Akko Vendetta. It has been featured so prominently in Japanese literature and kabuki theater that it spawned its own genre, Chushingura, or the treasure of the loyal retainers. This genre only includes fictional stories based on this historical event. In the West, we know it as the 47 Ronin, the story of 47 early 18th century samurai who lose their master and embark on an ambitious journey to avenge the unjust death of their lord. The tale first made its way to our parts over 100 years after it took place, courtesy of Isaac Tissing, a Dutch merchant and scholar who did business with the Tokugawa shogunate of Japan on behalf of the Dutch East India Company. The event was later popularized by British writer and former diplomat A.B. Mitford, who featured it prominently in his anthropology book Tales of Old Japan. This has become the definitive version of the story in the West, and the one we will mostly be relying on today. Modern scholars opine that while Mitford did do plenty of research for his book and presents a lot of details and descriptions, he also had a habit of over-dramatizing some of the more climactic parts to make for a more exciting story. Even so, today we bring, as best we know it, the tale of the 47 Ronin. Our story starts at the very beginning of the 18th century. To help you understand it better, we should quickly present a few concepts about feudal Japan. At that time, the country had an emperor, but his role was mostly symbolic. The true power was held by the shogun because he had command of the military. In 1701, when the events took place, Japan was almost halfway through the Tokugawa period, also known as the Edo period, because that is where the shogunate established its seat of power, while the emperor was still based in Kyoto. Edo is better known today as Tokyo. Although Higashiyama was the emperor of Japan back then, the man actually in charge was Tokugawa Tsunayoshi, the fifth shogun of the Tokugawa dynasty. And the shogun exerted his power throughout the land with the help of 300 feudal lords called daimyo. One of these daimyo, and the one pertinent to us today, was Asano Naganori, the third member of the Asano clan to rule over the Ako domain. In 1701, he and another noble named Kamai Korachika were tasked with organizing a reception for some of the emperor's ambassadors who were visiting Edo Castle as part of their service known as the Sankin Kotai. Sankin Kotai was a policy developed by the Tokugawa shoguns to help them keep an eye on their feudal lords and to minimize their resources so they didn't get any funny ideas about revolting. Basically, it meant that the daimyo had to split their time between their own domains and Edo Castle. For several months at a time, every feudal lord took his family and his retainers and went to live in Edo, where he served the shogun directly. His family, and most importantly his heir, stayed in Edo whenever the daimyo left to look after his fiefdom, and they were basically hostages of the shogun to ensure that the lord behaved himself. Moreover, the Edo residence of the lord, plus all the tasks he had to perform for the shogun while he was there, were all paid out of pocket, which meant less money to raise an army that could be used against the shogun. Anyway, it was Asano Naganori's time to perform his Sankin Kotai. In order for him and Kamai to organize a proper reception for the imperial ambassadors, they needed lessons in court etiquette and protocol from one of the shogun's high officials, a man named Kira Yoshinaka, who was essentially a master of ceremonies. Of course, for his services, Kira expected gifts and monetary compensation. Kira and the two daimyo did not get along. We're not really sure why that was. Mitford said that the Edo official was a man greedy of money who wasn't happy with the gifts he received. Other sources said he was an arrogant man who treated the two nobles with contempt and ridicule. Either way, his actions and attitude became too much to bear, but it was actually the other daimyo, Lord Kamai, who first decided that he wanted to kill Kira. He announced his intention to his retainers during a meeting, saying that he had made up his mind and the following day he would strike down Kira after the first insult and then would suffer the consequences. His servants had no choice but to accept their master's decisions, but his counselor looked for another solution. He realized that the only way to get through to the official was with a bribe, so he collected all the money he could and rode off to Kira's mansion. There, Kamai's servant presented him with 1,000 ounces of silver plus another 100 for his retainers. The bribe had a miraculous effect on Kira. The next day, he apologized to Kamai for his conduct, and from then he treated him with respect. His behavior towards Asano, however, remained unchanged. If anything, it became even worse, as Kira was now angry that the lord from Ako didn't follow his fellow nobleman's example. For a long time, Asano Naganori took the insults in silence, but he eventually reached his limit. At one point, Kira pointed his foot and said that the ribbon of his sock had come untied and told the Lord to bend down and tie him. Although burning with rage, Asano did this, but afterwards Kira continued to mock him, saying that he was a clumsy country boor who did it improperly. And that was enough. Asano took out a small sword called a whack assassin and attacked the official, but only mangled a cut on Kira's face before the guards separated them. Even though the injuries were minor, the consequences were grave. Although he deserved it, Kira was still a powerful official of the shogun, not to mention that any kind of violence was forbidden at Edo's council. Asano Naganori was condemned to commit seppuku, ritual suicide by disembowelment. His death also meant the death of his clan. His lands and goods were confiscated while his retainers became ronin, meaning samurai without master.
One of the most common combos that people do when they're taking tests for Lex is that they start stacking it with redwood.
It's just revenge for Asano's death had been expressly forbidden by the shogun, but for some of his men, this mattered little. The Aka daimyo had hundreds of retainers, but 47 of the most loyal banded together with the intent of seeking vengeance.
Completing the construction of this building has inspired our policy makers. If we choose to institute new policy in our government, it could greatly help our
Kira may have been corrupt, arrogant, and a reprehensible man, but he was certainly no fool. He realized that even with the shogun's decree, some of Asano's former men might feel duty-bound to seek revenge. Therefore, he surrounded himself at all times by a host of guards provided by a daimyo named Yasugi-sama, who was his father-in-law. The Ronin could have attempted to take
the day we stop exploring is the day.
They were prepared to die for their vengeance, since they realized that even if they were successful, they would most likely be executed anyway. However, what they could not risk was Kira getting away during the fight, as they would almost certainly get only one shot at getting him. Therefore, they needed the Edo official to get rid of his bodyguards, and for that, they needed to convince him that there was no threat.
Yeah.
What up? Let's turn you up a little.
This is 3 hours. Says it's 44,646.
Not bad. I wonder if you're going to get the updates at the same time.
Oh no. Wait a minute.
myself. I swear to God.
Right? Why would you want to deprive the world of your bright, cheery enthusiasm?
You know,
You know, we can't deprive the world of that. There's many more hopes and dreams
so
to shatter. Yeah, I think I'll start sending my military units up there. I think I'm about ready to go to war with a civilization.
there's a lot of these out there.
What?
Final Fantasies.
Well, yeah, there's like 15 of them at least. Only 2 are online though. Those are the only 2 I have.
7.
They just redid 7 and released it.
Yeah. The original's $15.
Yeah. The original's like from fucking 15 years ago. Or no.
We got
Longer.
Final Fantasy X, X-2 HD.
Yeah, they did a bunch of that shit.
And then 12. That one's in Chinese. 7. And then 15 Royal Edition.
Yeah, that's a single player game if I remember. All those except for 11 and 14.
Yeah. I thought I'd done it, but I got the wrong one because it wasn't that white background, it was black with some dude in blue.
Okay, I could do. Oh, I didn't vote on the first one. I was doing voting. World Congress.
And my Aaron Jones video play Grand Theft Auto. What is it, Mr. Kitty? And it was a bad idea to put that chair right there. Now you're gonna try and get on my lap for 30 minutes. Freak.
The war has started. Not for me though, thankfully. I just have the fucking whole military just sitting outside of Houston waiting for it to turn.
Think I don't go in public very much.
All right.
The dog climbed his stank ass up in my clean clothes. They were hot. Mr. Kitty. Go away.
Excuse me. Guys, I wish your fucking PlayStation could handle this game better.
We'll see what happens when I start playing. I can imagine what's gonna happen here.
Well, let's see how it handles 14. That's going to be a doozy of a test.
I'll probably watch a lot of people lag, or it'll be me.
Oh, you're going to see lag anyways, even with the best connections. There's so many people and so many different connections, and
Watch it try to let me play and just look at it like, nah. Don't need you.
That's why one of my laptops I quit playing on because it couldn't handle it.
We're just now at 5.
I'm dropping cities on ice caps, waiting for the ice caps to start melting.
This thing takes a while to set a character up, don't it?
What?
It takes a while to set a character up.
No, not really.
It's one time for the win.
There you go.
It's almost a 6. Who's the best Final Fantasy Square Enix?
What?
Who does this game?
Square Enix.
Oh. I do have a Square Enix password. But I don't know what it is. Okay, now I got an account. Now what?
Well, what do you, what stage are you at? What's it say next? You have an account. Have you, purchased a character?
No, go to YouTube.
Oh. Yeah. Did you get anything that said you get a free month?
No.
You may. Well, just look around in there, poke around, so you can learn that shit. You will need to know it.
$16 minutes.
Oh, hell, that ain't bad.
3 hours, 116.
Well, 116 minutes is less than 2 hours.
You're not coming over again. No.
Let's see what Simon Whistler has to say about the 47 run.
To achieve their goal, the Ronin all pretended to get on with their lives and go their separate ways. Like many of the other retainers who once worked for the Asano clan, they found new professions. Some became merchants, others became carpenters, some even posed as monks. Out of all of them, Oishi went to the greatest lengths to allay Kira's suspicion. As Asano's most trusted servant, he was also the one official feared the most because it was expected of him to seek revenge. Instead, Oishi relocated to Kyoto with his family, where he became a drunkard and a womanizer. He knew he had Kira's spies on his tail, watching everything he did and reporting back to Edo, so he had to dedicate himself completely to this new role, regardless of the shame it brought upon him. He would spend his days in bars and brothels, stumbling drunk through the streets and causing scenes so that everyone would know what had become of Oishi, a once proud samurai of the Ako daimyo. The most notorious incident happened with a man from Satsuma who recognized Oishi passed out in the street. Disgusted with him, he called him fool and craven and unworthy of the name of a samurai. He then kicked and spat on him. Oishi accepted everything. But he then went even further. His wife, although she knew of her husband's plan, could no longer stand the shame. She begged him to show some restraint, but this only served to spur him on even further. He concluded that a man in his position would likely be abandoned by his family. Because his wife knew it was all an act, she did not want to actually leave her husband, so Oishi left her and told her to take the children too. Only his eldest, Oishi Chinkara, stayed by his side, as he was one of the 47 Ronin. And so Oishi carried on. Meanwhile, all of his actions were reported back to Kira, and eventually his dedication paid off. After over a year and a half had passed, the officials started to feel safe again, believing that Asano's former samurai had left their past lives behind them, vengeance and all. He sent most of his guards back to their lord, and once again was only protected by his own much smaller retinue. While Oishi was giving his Oscar-worthy performance, some of the other Ronin did their part by getting jobs in Edo in anticipation of the attack. They observed the layout of Kira's house, looked for places to enter and exit, studied his movements, and gathered information about his retainers. They also started smuggling and stockpiling weapons, which they had to do in great secrecy. As we mentioned previously, not everyone could just walk around Edo armed to the teeth, not to mention that it would have surely raised a few eyebrows if Asano's former retainers, who were now supposed to be craftsmen and merchants, started equipping themselves like samurai again. Things were going pretty smoothly. Once Kira sent his army away and Oishi was no longer being spied on, it was all just a matter of waiting for the opportune time. Almost 2 years had passed since the death of Asano Naganori, but on December the 14th, 1702, the 47 Ronin were ready to avenge their former master. It was a cold, snowy day, and the wind howled with fury. The Ronin lurked patiently in the shadows, waiting for midnight to launch their assault. The night before, they held one final feast together, as the plan was to turn themselves in and accept the death sentence that was sure to come. Of course, this would be after they chopped off Kira's head and delivered it as an offering to their master's tomb. The signal for the attack was the beating of a drum. All the Ronin also carried a shrill whistle with them that they would blow if they found and had slayed the target. The samurai had split into two groups. One was led by Yishi and would charge through the front gate, while a smaller group, led by his son, would cover the side entrance to ensure that Kira could not slip through their grasp. They knew there would be collateral damage. Killing Kira's retainers was unavoidable, as they would surely try to protect their master. However, Yishi urged his brethren to avoid hunting any women, children, old men, and other physically helpless persons that they might run into. On the night in question, the Ronin leader even sent one of his companions to Kira's neighbors to inform them of who they were and what they intended to do. The messenger assured the neighbors that they were neither thieves nor ruffians, and that no harm would come to them as long as they did not try to interfere. Indeed, the neighbors found these terms perfectly agreeable, and none of them tried to come to the officials' aid because, well, none of them were waiting. Well, that's the story. Some historians indicated that the Master of Ceremonies may have been more popular in real life in his hometown because he helped develop farmland and build dikes. With the matter of the neighbours settled, it was finally time to strike. Oishi began beating his drum, and the Ronin stormed the house of Kira Yoshinaka. 10 of the samurai climbed the rooftops, took out their bows, and kept watch on the courtyard to make sure nobody escaped to call for reinforcements. Meanwhile, the frontal assault team, led by Oishi, broke into the main hall, where it was greeted by 10 of Kira's soldiers. A fight ensued, but the Ronin were more prepared and determined compared to the retainers who had just been disturbed from their slumber. Oishi's group managed to take down their opponents without losing a single man. Meanwhile, Oishi Chikara and the other Ronin made their way through the garden and were fighting other guards in the back of a house. Eventually, the two groups reunited and headed towards Kira's private chambers together. As Oishi predicted, some of Kira's men tried to make a getaway and bring word to their master's father-in-law, Oyasumi-sama, who would have sent a small army to eradicate the intruders. However, they were all struck down by the archers prowling the rooftops. There would be no help for Kira on that day. The fight went on until there were only 3 of Kira's retainers left standing, but these were his best samurai. They were Kobayashi, Hachaki, Waku Hendayo, and Shimizu Ikaku. They were all that stood between the Ronin and Kira's private room, but they proved to be quite a lot to handle. The 3 expert swordsmen defended their points with fierce intensity and even managed to drive the Ronin back. Seeing that his men were tired and starting to lose heart, Oishi shouted at them with rage. They had already forfeited their lives, so why were they shrinking in their resolution now? They should go in there and either kill their opponents or die trying, as fulfilling their master's cause was the noblest ambition of a retainer. He then commanded his son, Chikara, to go and engage the 3 samurai in combat. The young man obeyed his father, picking up a spear and locked weapons with Waku Handayo. Their brawl was too intense to be contained in just one room, and soon enough the 2 were fighting in the garden. All seemed lost for the younger Oishi when he tripped and fell into the pond. As Waku was getting ready to deliver a killing blow, Chikara drew his sword and cut his opponent's leg, causing him to fall. The Ronin then managed to get up and kill Handayo before he could retaliate. When he went inside, he found that the rest of the Ronin had finally dispatched the other 2 swordsmen as well. There was nobody left to protect.
We are being censored. America's news outlets no longer provide the truth. I'm Joshua Phillip.
Kira. They raided Kira's private chambers, but all they found were his son. He wielded a halberd and tried in vain to defend his position, but he was too weak and inexperienced to pose a real threat to one Ronin, let alone dozens of them. He attacked and was wounded, but the samurai allowed him to flee. There was only one target they had on their collective minds, so the search started for Kira Yoshinaka. The Ronin split into several small parties and completely ransacked the mansion, but there was no trace of the imperial official. All they could find were weeping women and children who, in accordance with Oishi's request, were left alone. The Ronin felt despondent and at one point even contemplated committing suicide then and there, as they feared they had failed their mission. However, while going through Kira's bedroom, Oishi felt that his bed was still warm, which meant that he was sleeping in it when the attack began. Kira had to be somewhere near, so they started a new search. This time around, the samurai were more fortunate. One of them made the inspired choice to take down a large picture which was hanging on the wall. Behind it, they discovered a secret tunnel which led outside to a small courtyard where there was a storage room for firewood and charcoal. At the other end of the tunnel, there were 2 more guards lying in wait, but they were no match and were quickly struck down by the Ronin. Inside the outhouse, the samurai found an elderly man in his 60s, dressed as a noble. The man refused to give his name, but the Ronin were convinced that they had found Kira Yoshinaka. Oishi was able to confirm the identity of the elderly stranger when he recognized the scar that his master left him during his attack that started this whole chain of events. Despite the Ronin's hatred for this man, it was trumped by Oishi's sense of honor and respect for the traditions of a samurai. He actually kneeled down and bowed his head in deference to Kira and informed him that they were the former retainers of Asano Naganori and they were there to seek justice for their master. He then gave the official the chance of a nobleman's death by committing seppuku. According to some versions, Oishi even produced the same wakizashi that his master had used, but this may be one of Mitford's added elements of dramatic effect. Either way, Kira had no interest in any kind of death, so he kept begging for mercy. Unsurprisingly, given all they went through, this had no effect on the Ronin. Eventually, tiring of the old man's pleas, Oishi forced him on his knees and cut off his head. The Ronin collected Kira's head in a bucket and prepared to leave, but made sure to put out all of the lights so as not to start a fire that might damage the name neighbors' houses. With their mission accomplished,